Chapter 41, Dying Light. The bitterness was so strong that he could not even think straight. His mind had gone numb and his vision turned blurry. The thing was behind him. He knew it was too close. And knowing that it eats the heads of the victims, this was the worst possible situation. Let's hope this works. He knew that moving his hands might cause the creature to attack, so instead of taking that risk, he started chanting hymns to create the light halo behind his head in the hopes that it would force the creature back. As he started chanting, a bright golden-white halo appeared behind his head. It was intense and powerful enough to illuminate the entire cave. And as the movement had happened, a loud screech reverberated in Sylvester's ears. But he did not focus on that as he was busy thinking of a hymn and singing it aloud. Solis, the creator of magic, save me from a fate so tragic. Solis, the vanquisher of darkness, lend your strength against this madness. I summon your light for this fight, ready to give everything I have. Bless me here so I stay bright. I will be your sword and staff tonight. Re! The shrieks of the creature became apparent behind him. It was the effect of his hymn. But that was not enough, for he noticed the hymns did not hurt the creature. Even now, the cave looked rather dim, so he lifted both hands and used all his mastery of Solarium to produce the most intense light magic he ever had and filled the surroundings with light to the brim. He turned around and aimed it at the creature. However, his heart skipped a few beats when he finally laid his eyes on it. It was black like darkness itself, and it had 3 shining red eyes, the mouth appearing incomplete as its black skin was torn in stretches, revealing a hint of its blooded white sharp teeth. Its skin was made of an unknown substance. He noticed it was like a liquid, running around the body in little waves. The shape of the thing was similar to a sphere but with 8 long spider-like legs, each having a metallic pointy end. It was something that would induce nightmares for years to come, but he had no time to think about it as adrenaline pushed him. Arg! Sylvester felt the creature was trying to fight his light in rage, pushing towards him even with its screeches. He was not too shocked by this, however. If even an archbishop could not defeat it, what am I? He looked back at Sir Dalaran. Can you walk? Sir Dalaran tried to stand up but could not and fell back. His legs were injured too much with the holes. I don't think I can. Fine, you can at least use one leg to drag yourself. Just don't freak out when you feel a sudden pull of your collar. I will drag you with me under the protection of this light. Just keep pushing with your good leg. Sylvester then whispered to the scared Mirage on his shoulder in a low voice. You know what to do, Chonky. I know you're a mighty boy. Chonky quickly jumped from his shoulder, caught Sir Dalaran's collar, and started pulling it behind Sylvester. The goal was to have Sylvester use magic as a shield as they would carefully recede towards the exit. I feel so exhausted already. Having no sun on my head drains Solarium too fast, but this damn thing is too powerful. Sylvester was drenched in a cold sweat as he tried to keep the thing at bay. It was writhing in anger, wanting to devour the little boy who dared annoy it with the bright light. It felt pain, too, as if its skin was burning away slowly. Bam! It tried to hit the light with all its might, but Sylvester continued to chant and used his hands to thicken the light magic and use it like a shield. I need to conserve my energy. There must be a way to turn the light into a complete hard shield instead of a torchlight. Innovation happens during times of war. As a result, many new things are discovered that define the next era. This battle was similar for Sylvester as he was forced to discover the extent of his light magic. Until now, he never had an opportunity to use his light magic to fight or spar because it was useless to people. Now, he could go all out and try to turn the light into objects of destruction, like that night when he was a baby. Ensuring that Mirage was still dragging Sir Dalaran, he took the risk of stopping his right hand and emulated what he usually does with the earth element. For the earth element, It was all about using the matter around you to your advantage. One could turn it into a wall, spikes, or even projectiles. He wished to do the same, and use his free hand to mold the light from the halo, and his other hand into a rigid glass-like shield. Come on, fold. He frustratingly waved his right hand to make a shield. Not only that, he cursed because the way back felt much longer now. Raya. The creature intensified its attacks, sensing a decrease in the light. It rammed itself again and again like a maddening bull. Yes, like this. Finally, after some minutes, he felt the light solidify a little and bend around him in an arc. Not stopping, they kept bending it, trying to find the best balance between the amount of solarium required and the bending angle. Crack, the shield he was making, suddenly broke apart with a crack. Fucking. He quickly created another one and repeated the trial carefully. But then, after what felt like an eternity, he noticed something strange happening with his own body. His hands seemed thinner as if blood was being drained from them, and now all veins were popping out. Then, at another glance, it seemed his whole body had grown thinner, becoming apparent with the feeling of lightheadedness and increased exhaustion with each step. Work, damn it! He couldn't even wipe the sweat off his face as he walked back while facing the creature. Sir Dalaran tried his best to push himself, ignoring the strange invisible pull on his collar. He, too, noticed the changes happening to Sylvester, which ached his heart. You will die from solarium deficiency. Leave me and save yourself. You are God's favored, the future of the faith, the world. You can't die here. Arg! Sylvester fell to his knees abruptly, feeling too much weakness in his legs. Even breathing had become hard for him. Razay. The creature saw an opportunity and tried to attack. Its screeches resembled the word die. Its tapered leg even reached a mere foot away from Sylvester. Sensing the danger, Sylvester again lifted his other hand and used light magic to the fullest, pushing it away. O mighty Lord, sings here your bard. In this dark cave, give me the strength to be brave. Sir Dalaran, I've come this far, it'd be a shame to leave you behind now. He argued and attempted to create the shield again. Sir Dalaran tried to drag himself to Sylvester and used his good arm to the Pat's shoulder. Listen to me, I request you. You will die if you keep using magic to save both of us. You can't, but I see it. Your face is just bones. You are dying. This is not the place or time for your end. You can one day become supreme wizard, peak of all. Sylvester cursed as he failed to make the shield again. Sure, I can. But what's the point if you and Mother are not there to watch it happen? You've cared for me since I was a month old. I've spent so much time with you, more than Mother even. So don't give me that bullshit and start dragging yourself out. He cared not for language anymore. He was frustrated and angry at Sir Dalaran for even coming here. He also had to keep singing. Was he turning into skin and bones? He didn't care, as healing magic could cure that later. Yes, he saw a thick glass-like semi-spherical shield appear in front of him, stopping the creature. But still, a crack would appear every time the creature bashed itself on it. So all he had to focus on now was to reinforce it. Son, look at me, Sir Dalaran voiced monotonously. Sylvester took a glance. The man looked pale as the light he was creating. He was dying as well. Son, let me do this. I've lost too much blood. It stabbed me and infected me as well. I might not even survive this stretch. You can't die uselessly. I'm calling you a son. Please hear me and go. I will use the last of my magic to give you seconds if I can. This is bad. I can't have him die now, not when we're so close to the exit. Not when I risked it all. No, I won't die. And you must live too, old man. You must live for your son, the one you keep rambling about every day, who's as old as me, and for your wife waiting for you. You must live and go on a long vacation to see them. Sylvester didn't look back to ensure he didn't get emotional from the pleading, dying face of Sir Dalaran. There was no reply anymore, so Sylvester put all his focus on the shield. As long as he could make it, he will be able to conserve his magic and make a small shield for just the three of them. It would be enough to reach the exit. They're dead. Sylvester looked back as his heart jumped, feeling something had happened to them. But he found Murrej and the man as good as a moment ago. Who? My wife and son, they're dead. Chapter 42, No More Space. This was too big of a revelation that made no sense to Sylvester. But nevertheless, the various memories of Sir Dalaran passionately talking about his family recurred in his mind. What, have you gone senile? Sir Dalaran firmly looked him in the eye and replied, They died 7 years ago when you were merely 1 year old. Died in a riot between factions of 2 men who wished to become the town's chief, burnt alive in their sleep at home. I see Nicholas in you, and I can't see you die too. So go. Once again, Sylvester ignored him and focused on the shield, but an audible curse escaped his mouth this time. Goddammit. We will talk about this later, and don't give up on me after I risked everything to save you, when it was you who volunteered for this suicide. So shut up and live, and see me grow strong. Sylvester snapped at him and focused on surviving. Sir Dalaran helplessly followed the instructions and prepared to move. He was frustrated that Sylvester was not listening to his words, but he knew there was not much he could do. This boy was too stubborn. Meanwhile, Sylvester had a new worry in mind. He was losing his vision for some reason, and the continuous use of light magic had drained his magical energy. It was a surprise to him how he was even alive. But thankfully, the light shield was still going strong. Prepare to move again. He instructed not Sir Dalaran but Murrej. He wished to hurry because Sir Dalaran was not looking good. Wait, please save me. All of a sudden, a third voice came. It was faint but understandable. Sylvester recognized it immediately. Archbishop didn't die. How did he survive until now? As Sylvester shrunk the light shield to the size of his height and length that covered Sir Dalaran and Murej's body, he saw a man running towards him with a magic lantern in hand. It was as he expected, Archbishop Lucas. But the man looked gravely injured as there was a deep gash over the old man's left shoulder. The face had the same horror as Sylvester had before. As the creature was busy attacking Sylvester, he shouted to stop the man. Wait, don't come here, this thing will kill you. I am losing strength now, I can't keep it at bay. Do you have any Solarium crystals with you? The Archbishop nodded and showed 3 tiny sparkling crystals. He had 3 of them shining in bright white light. Great, keep brandishing them and walk towards me, Sylvester instructed the confused, panicked man. The Archbishop hastily and clumsily ran towards Sylvester's shield with the stones in hand. The creature couldn't attack him since the Solarium crystals were charged by concentrating a beam of sunlight with magnifying glasses for 7 days, and their presence alone was a bane for the creature. They had a ton of Solarium particles, which threatened the creature. But it was like an elixir in Sylvester's eyes, as Solarium was like a healthy dose of caffeine and adrenaline for wizards. They could heal and replenish energy. Faster, Archbishop. Sylvester widened his shield to allow the man to enter and be a respite from their misery. Before the creature could even notice that there was another fish in the sea, the Archbishop had already jumped in Sylvester's shield, falling right to the latter's feet. The old man seemed broken, scared out of his wits. It was understandable. After all, there are rarely any beings who can threaten someone of an archbishop rank. And here, this man was utterly defeated and powerless against the creature. Sylvester also noticed a few hole marks on the old man's back, which meant he was also infected. How is he even alive? Is it due to his higher rank? Give me the Solarium crystals, Archbishop. I am exhausted. Sylvester cried for help. Here, Archbishop Lucas handed him all 3 Solarium crystals. Sylvester used one by putting it in his mouth and breaking it with his teeth. He threw a spare at Sir Dalaran, who was on the verge of fainting. And as soon as the energy returned from the crystals, Sylvester felt his vision get better to some extent, but his body remained as thin as a moment ago. All this new energy is going towards making the shield. He glanced at Sir Dalaran. The latter's face looked better too. Then there was Muraj, dutifully sitting close to Sir Dalaran's collar, prepared to start pulling at moment's notice. Sylvester took a long breath and glanced at Archbishop Lucas. The man was breathing heavily while sitting on the ground. There's no other way. He suddenly lifted his foot and shoved the Archbishop to the light shield. The man was left in shock and panic. What are you doing, God's favored? You've lived long enough, I'm sorry. There is no room for three. The reality dawned on his mind. He was weakened and couldn't even fight against Sylvester's foot. He truly cried in fear and powerless anguish. Please, don't do this to me. Suddenly, the foul stench of rotten flesh hit Sylvester's nose. The bitterness from before was still present, so combined with this, it was a vomit-inducing feeling. And he knew what it was. It was the smell of sadness, someone broken, similar to the elf woman he saw years ago. It ached his heart knowing what he was doing to the man, but Sylvester could not throw away rationality and risk the death of everyone. He was not everyone's savior. I will remember your sacrifice. No. Bam! Sylvester kicked him and flickered his shield just enough to throw the Archbishop out of the protection. The creature was alerted by it too, and turned its gaze towards the human that fell out. On the other hand, without wasting a moment, Sylvester seized the opportunity by grabbing Sir Dalaran's collar and making a run for it. The more distance he could cover before being caught again, the better. He had no time to think about the man he threw to a painful death. His own survival was the most important thing right now. Sir Dalaran saw it all while being dragged, how the Archbishop used the last bit of his magic to make an earth shield around himself. But that only slowed down the creature for a few seconds as it started to dig, and this scuffle gave them precious moments to get further. Then at the 10th second the earth shield broke open, and the creature stabbed the Archbishop a dozen times, pulled the body out, and chomped the head off with its wide jaw. It's coming, Sir Dalaran alerted. Reacting, Sylvester slowed down again and faced the creature to reinforce the shield. He kept chanting more hymns and ensuring more light. Muraj was also back at work as they started to make slow and steady progress. I wonder how much time has passed here. I hope help arrives by the time I reach out. Bam, bam, bam. The creature kept hitting the shield but to no avail. Not to mention, Sylvester also used the last remaining Solarium crystal now and felt much better. So all he had to do now was wait for his energy to deplete, see the creature strike and keep walking. I hope I'll last until the end. What? Holy Land. The bishop that took off from Goldstown on the boat was named James. He used the downstream to quicken the time taken. He also used his wind magic to make the boat go faster and reach the Holy Land in a record time of 7 hours. Being a man of bishop rank, he quickly ran to have a meeting with Saint Wazir, if not the Pope. But thankfully, he learned that a Sanctum Council meeting was going on, so he rushed there to the Pope's palace. He was allowed to enter only after he explained everything to the sentries. Even then, the sentries had to first take permission from inside. In doing all that, he wasted precious minutes and grew hasty. He didn't wait and rushed into the sacred chambers as soon as he saw the sentries walking out. Then, without waiting for any pleasantries, he exclaimed, "Goldstown, a bloodling has taken the caves. 2 bishops died and the Archbishop was left alone with an injured knight named Sir Dalaran. They have likely died too. I request immediate help, it's too powerful." Suddenly the Pope stood up and his expression changed to worry. "What about the gods favored, Deacon Sylvester Maximilian?" Bishop James replied, "He was standing outside the cave when I came out." "Did you tell him the fate of Sir Dalaran?" Inquisitor High Lord asked suddenly. "Yes." The Pope took a long breath of worry. "I know him. This lad is as stubborn as me. I'm afraid he might enter the cave himself." But how did a bloodling spawn so close to the Holy Land? What was happening in that mine? Saint Cyr, the chief spymaster, replied to that. "Mining and death go hand in hand, Your Holiness. Thousands of slaves have lost their lives in collapsed veins and were buried alive in the past few centuries. I reckon their corpses were never dug out, and a bloodling was born over time. It merely started attacking now because it feels powerful. Deacon Sylvester cannot fight it in any situation. I need someone to go there immediately and resolve this mess. Saint Scepter." The Pope looked at his right-hand man, the man supposedly only weaker than the Pope himself. "I will go," but the Inquisitor High Lord volunteered. "Sir Dalaran deserves a proper burial." The Pope nodded. "All right then, Lord Inquisitor, reach there immediately. Use any means you must." "I will take the river, Holy Father." Saint Cyr objected. "A boat upstream. It will slow you down, Lord Inquisitor." But Inquisitor High Lord merely scoffed, for he knew where this naivety came from. Not all members of the Sanctum Council were men of supreme strength. Many were exceptional only in their respective fields, such as this Saint Cyr, the master of spies. "Fear not, Saint Cyr. For a man of our strength nothing is impossible, and don't forget, my fire leaves nothing improbable. I shall take my leave." Chapter 43, Crimson Fire. How much time had passed? It was unknown. How much time was left before his demise? Sylvester did not know this either. What he did know was that his hands looked like a skeleton, and the exit was close by. They had been crawling at snail speed for so long that their actions were robotic now. Sylvester kept focusing on the shield, not allowing the creature to touch them. Muraj was exhausted, yet he kept pulling Sir Dalaran. The three were utterly drained and wished to do nothing but rest after getting out. To hell with the exam, to hell with this mine. By now, Sylvester had mastered how to harden his light magic. He could probably make spikes with it too, but it was unknown if it would hurt ordinary people. And he had no magic left to try it on this creature. "Just a little more," he said. It was unknown if he was motivating himself or the two others with him. His vision had started to get blurry long ago, but all he knew was which direction to walk. His legs were screaming at his brain to stop, but he forced himself, all thanks to the mental fortitude he had inherited from past experiences. There were close. Sylvester noticed a giant blockage at the front. It was the boulder at the cave's entrance. But now he had a new headache. He needed to shout to get it moved, as he had no spare energy left, not even to scream. "Okay, we're nearly there. I want all of you to scream 'open' at the same time," he instructed the two. "Open! Open! Open!" Sir Dalaran looked left and right for the third voice, as it had come from beside his ears. It creeped him out, but he decided to ignore everything that happened in the cave. Something was pulling him, and he knew Sylvester didn't want to reveal it, so this was the least he could do. Once more, Sylvester whispered, "Open! Open! Open! GRR." Some movement happened. Sylvester's heart elated at its sight, and he was on cloud 9 when he noticed daylight falling in from outside. "Yes, it's daytime. Wait, I spent the whole night inside." He couldn't falter here. The end was always the most crucial part. Unless he was out, he needed to keep his focus on the shield. "I hope the help has arrived." "Just a little more," he muttered. The closer they got to the exit, the crazier the creature became. Sylvester longed to bask in the sunlight creeping in, as that would mean the creature couldn't follow. "You go out first. I will keep the shield upright unless all of us are out." "Raya!" The creature screamed because of the increasing sunlight from outside. Its movements showed a hint of caution. Its three red eyes squinted a little. The light was doing its work on it. Sylvester slowly backed towards the exit and pushed Sir Dalaran out of the gap. Then he put a step out, then his back. He kept looking inside at the creature's face. He had no idea if the thing felt emotions, but he sure noticed a look of disappointment. He smiled and showed a middle finger to it. Not today. Favored one. He heard a loud shout calling for him as he fell back on his skinny buttocks. The sun's intense rays hit his face, revitalizing him and making him feel like he had found a new life. I hate caves. Really? But just then, the scream of the creature echoed again. One of its pointy legs protruded out of the small gap of the entrance that was still being closed. Sylvester had fallen just outside, so he was still in reach of it. He saw the black leg and cursed inwardly. He tried to raise his hand quickly to create the magic shield. Return to your realm, filth. Out of nowhere, a loud voice echoed. Bam! Following that, a strong thud resounded. Sylvester noticed a figure wearing dirty red robes and a visor on his face. The pointy hat was the same as 8 years ago, and so was the staff in hand. Today was the second time in his life he felt grateful for this violent man's arrival. Let's hope he can do something. Inquisitor High Lord had descended from the sky with fire under his feet. Then he rushed forward and used his staff to slam away the creature's legs. Crack! Not only did he stomp the leg, but he also broke it apart with one move. However, that was merely the start, as he smashed his foot on the ground and threw the giant rock covering the cave away like it was a pebble. You shall receive no welcome here, filth. Dare to appear this close to my Hololand, sinner. Inquisitor High Lord punched his free left fist towards the cave. Whoosh! Nobody saw what happened, but everything turned crimson. The fist released fire of such great intensity that it blew into the cave like a flood. The sound of such a move made the strongest storms feel like a little whistle. Boom! All of the mountaintops in the vicinity blew off and started spewing fire as if they were volcanoes. The fire went so high that it turned the clouds red, making it appear like the world was ending. The violence was unprecedented. Sylvester did not even know such things could be humanly possible. The man here didn't even appear to be struggling, and simply burned the entire cave system across the mountains. Begone, filth! Inquisitor High Lord boomed in great anger. The fire seemed to resonate with the anger and turned deep red, fitting for a man called Crimson Fire, the third guardian of light. The people from Goldstown, even those from villages tens of kilometers away, all fell to their knees and prayed. Those who knew not this fire was vanquishing evil felt it was the wrath of Solis. So they prayed, they cried, rich or poor, noble or not, setting away their pride. Being so close, Sylvester felt his heart pump with newfound inspiration. His eyes, always golden, were now red from the fiery reflection. The heat from the fire was as warm as a mother's embrace. He did not know what happened to the creature inside, but he reckoned not even its ashes were left. He felt an urge, a deep desire right there. This was what he wanted, what he needed. This was the path to a peaceful life. Strength, supreme strength, I wanted. To be able to remove all life's problems with a wave of his hand. He knew he had the talent to go even beyond Inquisitor High Lord, and he couldn't even fathom what power that would be like. Now I know why the Pope is so feared and revered. Inquisitor High Lord started walking into the cave next to ensure his fire did the job. He passed by Sylvester's body, glancing at him. It was unknown what face the strong man hid behind the visor, but Sylvester did sense the burning pungent aroma of anger and a mix of chills with fear. Slowly, the man vanished from his view, but the dozens of mountaintops kept roaring with fire. It was truly hell on earth, and merely one man caused it. What happens if all guardians of light come together? How strong are other kingdoms? Sylvester wondered a great many things. But one thing he noticed was his inability to even move. His eyes also started to close slowly. Exhaustion finally took a toll, and the adrenaline lost its effect. Favored one, Chief Marigold came rushing to help. Get Sir Dalaram to safety, he's infected, and get me some food, he demanded. By then, the team that had departed with the Inquisitor High Lord arrived and took over the situation. There were 3 healers and 5 more Inquisitors of various ranks that Sylvester overlooked. The healers quickly picked him up in arms and ran towards the monastery. There appeared to be a sense of hurry in the eyes of the healer. Sylvester noticed more from his senses, a taste of tangerines, anxiety, it meant. Why do they look so worried? He wondered. He wanted to ask, but he realized he could no longer open his mouth. Even his arms and legs were numb as they simply swayed with the movement. His eyeballs could move, however. What's happened? In a matter of minutes, he found himself on a comfortable soft bed in the monastery, and he felt like closing his eyes and just being at peace. Quick, call Lord Inquisitor back. We will need his help. This kid, there is no muscle left on his body. His blood pressure is non-existent. Look at him, so pale. So much deficiency of celerium. How is he even alive? The healer that Sylvester could notice shouted at the other 2 Inquisitors. No muscle, Sylvester's mind wondered. But he felt this was not his end, as he could feel energy slowly reappearing in his body. I hope Sir Dalaram is fine. It'd be a shame if after all this. With that thought in mind, he finally closed his eyes. There were no dreams this time, as even the mind wanted to just shut off for once after coming up with so many hymns in the cave. With his dozing off, the news spread about the condition of Sylvester in the town. The people surrounded the monastery, waiting for any news. They kept their little pendants of the church insignia in their hands, praying for recovery. Some had tasty food with them, hoping the gods favored would eat. But thanks to that, Muraj got something to eat. At other times, however, Muraj was always sitting near Sylvester's pillow, keeping an eye so no one would harm his adopted baby. Inquisitor High Lord soon returned after his little excursion into the mountains and helped with the healing. A grand wizard's simple healing magic was usually more effective than the advanced spells of a regular healer. So the man sat there day and night beside Sylvester, casting magic every 15 minutes to provide a gradual boost of celerium to the body. This was a problem with celerium deficiency. If one were healed abruptly, it would blast the veins and kill the patient. Sir Dalaram, how could you be so careless, letting God's favored be this reckless? Inquisitor High Lord scolded the man, laying on the bed adjacent to Sylvester. But he looked much better as all he had lost was blood. The infection from stab wounds was still there, however, as that would require a blood raise ritual to heal. Other than that, he was fine and regretful. Archbishop Lucas ordered me to follow him. I should have declined, no matter what. Sir Dalaram mournfully replied, guilt intensifying after seeing Sylvester's thin body. Inquisitor High Lord's eyes behind the visor flashed red as he cast another healing spell on Sylvester. Indeed, Sir Dalaram, you could have cost us the future of faith with your actions, but I must accept the fault lies in me as well. Why, you had nothing to do with this, my lord. It's my fault, Sir Dalaram blurted in panic. Inquisitor High Lord shook his head. No, I should have foreseen someone attempting to order you around with their high rank. Perhaps we must reconsider your position in the church upon returning. No one should be allowed to order the aid to God's favored. Your duties are to the faith and then him, that's it. The big man glanced at Sylvester next. For now, we wait for this brave young child of Solis to heal. It's a miracle he even survived this ordeal. Truly, a blessed child. Chapter 44, Worth It. Memoirs of Sir Dalaram. It has been 6 days and Sylvester has still not woken up. By the grace of Solis, he is medically sound, but the celerium exhaustion has taken a toll on his mind. Inquisitor High Lord has returned to the Holy Land, but the healers are here, keeping a strict eye. I regret what happened, and if I knew he would go this far for me, I would have rejected the late Archbishop Lucas's order. This boy, merely 8, who should be enjoying his childhood carelessly, under our protection, is here forced to fight to protect others. It fills my heart that he thinks I'm this important to him, enough to put his own life at risk. It seems it wasn't only me who felt attached after 8 years of protecting, feeding, and cleaning him. He reminds me so much of my son, Nicholas, so much that I can't help but think, what if they were still alive? But I feel that Sylvester also has many secrets. Some of them came to my notice during this recent ordeal. Keeping them a secret for him is the least I can do to repay this debt on life I now owe. When he truly feels I am trustworthy, I believe he shall share them with me on his own. Until then, I shall give my all to protect him, even if it costs me my life, for he is the future of the faith, as Lord Inquisitor said. He is the bar. What are you writing? Sir Dalaram turned to look at Sylvester's bed, exhilarated by the voice he unknowingly longed to hear again. Master Maximilian, please wait. I will call the healers. No, wait, call the cook. I'm so hungry. Also, no need to worry, I am fine and dandy. Sylvester lifted his hand to look. From the condition of my hands not being skin and bones anymore, I reckon I am healed. Thud, all of a sudden, Sir Dalaram dropped to his knees and held his head low near the bed. Master Maximilian, forgive me for what has happened to you. Your well-being was my duty, and I failed at it miserably. I forgot my duty is greater than mere exorcisms. I forgot my first and foremost duty lies towards you. I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. Sylvester shifted to the bed's edge and then smacked Sir Dalaram on his bald head. You stain the work I put into saving you by doing this, Sir Dalaram. Get up. Sir Dalaram stood up and sat on a wooden stool beside the bed. Master Maximilian. Sylvester raised his hand to gesture to him to remain quiet. It was worth it. I do not regret going in there to save you. You would have died a slow death and then would have been eaten by that thing otherwise. It's a sad end to a night. But there is one punishment I can think of. I will accept any punishment, Master Maximilian. Sylvester smiled and ordered, You shall obey my command from now on. I do not need you needlessly putting your life at risk. You being alive to me is more important than your death, remember that. Sir Dalaram's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of emotion. A smile appeared on his face as he nodded. I vow to follow you to the depths of Inferno if you order me. Feeling relaxed and much better, Sylvester moved a bit to make himself comfortable on the bed. Murad was sleeping inside the blanket, tucked between his side and the arm after all. I hope I don't fail the exam now and others are alive. One more thing, don't tell Mother about what happened here, or else she will be too frightened every time I leave the Holy Land later, he requested. I will not, but Lord Inquisitor was here too. He healed you for 3 days and nights without moving. He might tell her. Sylvester was not worried about that. He likely won't. He is the man who is afraid of Xavia holding me back after all. The last thing he'd want is for her to become possessive now. Sylvester thought, remembering what had occurred in the palace of Queen Rixina. Knock knock. Sir Dalaram quickly checked the door and received a tray full of fine cuisine with various bowls and plates. He then set it all on the table beside Sylvester's bed. How long was I unconscious? 6 days, Master Maximilian. That's a lot, he thought. How serious was my condition? Sir Dalaram frowned suddenly. It was a strange situation. You should have been a dead man by the look of your body. There is no record of someone being as celerium deficient as you, but somehow you were getting better on your own. But the blood quantity in your body was extremely low and constantly dropping, despite no wounds. We had to feed you special herbs to produce more blood. Sylvester nodded and decided not to forget. While casting the shield, he felt something strange happening to himself in the cave. The more his body mass was dried and his skin got paler, the more magic he felt coming out. From Xavia's lessons, he knew that in cases of solarium exhaustion, wizards simply drop dead after spending it all. They don't become pale. Please eat this. Sir Dalaram gave him a plate full of various foods. There was meat porridge, orange juice, fruits, and roasted liver of some animal. Take one plate for yourself and eat with me, Sir Dalaram. I will not hear a no. Sylvester ordered, smirking as well, because he was using the vow the man made not long ago. Sighing, Sir Dalaram took a plate for himself. Then he prayed before eating. O Solis, I thank you for your grace and your light that kept us alive. Thank you for Master Maximilian's healthy recovery and for granting us this food. May your light enlighten us. The two silently started eating after that. Sylvester was secretly feeding Muraj as well, carefully dropping chunks of meat to his side. How were they like? Sylvester suddenly inquired. Sir Dalaram knew what was being asked. He took a long sigh and looked at the food bowl aimlessly. Sweet, kind. She was an amazing woman who added colors to my dull life. She was my joy, the reason I longed to go home. Then she gave me a son, born a few months before you. Little Nicholas, he was a child with intelligent eyes. When I was assigned to work in the southern kingdoms, I had the chance of returning home, only to find my world ruined. Sir Dalaram's shoulders fell and emotions overwhelmed him. All I found were their ashes, stored by the town's monastery. Sylvester's eyes, too, turned hazy when he heard the description. He knew what it felt like to lose one's family. Diana and his unborn son were his life's bliss until they became the memories that broke him. However, he had reached his closure before dying. Did you punish the two men who caused the riots? He inquired. Sir Dalaram shook his head. There were more than 200 people involved in the burning that night. The matter was presided over by the Baron of the region. He deemed the case unsolvable because no one man was responsible for it. However, one contender for the election of Foxholm Town's chief was held accountable and punished with death. But I believe it was a farce, as the other contender was a distant relative of the Baron. Sylvester sighed in disappointment. Injustice. Sir Dalaram, once I complete my education, let's go to the town and punish the real criminals. These arrogant, unfaithful heathens should never be left unpunished, for they are akin to rotten apples on a tree and keep spoiling the others, tarnishing the name of Solis. There is no need to. Sylvester interrupted. It's not for you, it's for the sake of justice. Where is this Foxholm? In the Highland Kingdom, Master Maximilian. That brought back some bad memories for Sylvester. He was also born in the Highland Kingdom, in a remote southwestern village. I wonder how that healer did as the new village chief. The two then ate their food silently. The little talk had brought back some memories for both, some worth cherishing, some worth sighing over. The next day, Sylvester felt even better and decided it was time to return and deal with the examination. He also wished to see how many other gods favored survived. So, with the church healers, he proceeded to the luxury stagecoach once belonging to Archbishop Lucas. The whole town had come to say their final goodbye. The people looked much happier since the mines were open again, and they could extract gold. Chief Marigold, being a little extra, started crying and hugged Sylvester. Favored one, this town will forever be grateful for all you have done. Since we have more gold now, please accept this again. Sylvester didn't even resist and took a bag of gold, not coins this time, but bars. Thank you, Chief Marigold. I shall donate it to the temple. I will also pray for lasting peace and happiness in this village. He didn't wish to drag it too long, so he sang a very short hymn for the people to remember him by. Then, he repeated the same movements, turning his hand and the back of the head into a bulb. This land has again been unsoiled. The plans of the evil family have been foiled. I wish for eternal lasting warmth here. Joy may remain for 100 years. Fear no evil of darkness or within. Keep praying and stay far from sin. Solis shall cleanse your mind from the ruckus. May his holy light forever enlighten us. We are blessed. The people knelt and saw Sylvester enter the luxurious stagecoach. Then his stagecoach was escorted away with 2 inquisitor knights on single horses. Sylvester kept waving his hand until the town was out of view. With that, he couldn't help but feel a sense of weight being lifted off his shoulder. This took longer than I expected. Finally, Sylvester relaxed in the soft seat where the Archbishop once sat. Indeed, master. Halt! Arg, what now? Sylvester stopped himself from cursing at the sudden halting of the carriage. They had just moved out of Goldstown, so it was strange that someone would do something suspicious here. Sir Dalaram looked outside quickly. An exchange of words was going on with the Inquisitor knights at the front and a dozen more ordinary knights on horses. But it didn't take long before the stagecoach was once again moving. However, one of the escorting Inquisitor knights soon came to the window to report. Who were they? Sir Dalaram asked. Knights of Reveria Kingdom, sir. The Gracia Kingdom has declared war on Reveria, so the soldiers from Reveria are invading the strategic locations of the Gracia Kingdom, such as this gold mining town. Chapter 45, Season of Solis. Turn the stagecoach around. Sir Dalaram ordered the 2 Rience men. Sylvester was annoyed, however. Are we going to fight them now? No, it will never come to that, Master Maximilian. You will know when you will see it. No kingdom can claim Goldstone at this moment. So as ordered, their little procession turned around and headed to Goldstone, right behind the small military unit of 12 knights. Since they were merely a few hundred meters away from the town, they reached the place fairly quickly and found Chief Marigold talking with the Reveria knights, appearing to be pleading for mercy. No army can touch this town, Sir Dalaram boomed as he got out of the stagecoach. Sylvester kept watching from inside, wondering if the man would again prove himself a fool or if he was in for a surprise. I hope it's not the former. The leading knight among the enemy unit walked to Sir Dalaram and spoke respectfully, as one should when addressing the church. Sir, this is not a matter related to faith. You cannot meddle here legally. Sir Dalaram nodded and took a parchment out of the edge of his chest plate. Indeed, but this town is a matter of interest for the church. Inquisitor High Lord was here merely 3 days ago to exorcise the evil in the gold mines that took the life of 3 bishops, an archbishop, and many more. But exorcising in private lands is the duty of the lord of the land, the Reveria knight argued. True, but they were unable to defeat the Bloodling. So Duke Harold Gracia asked the Holy Land for help in return for giving away rights to this mine and the town for a month. By law, Goldstone is church's property for this month. Sir Dalaram shoved the parchment. The Reveria knight read it carefully as slowly a frown appeared on his face. He glanced at the people and then looked back at his men. Fall back. This town is out of bounds until the end of this month. With that, the Reveria knights got on their horses and swiftly left. The people of the town felt rejuvenated again. To them, the appearance of Sylvester was like the greatest good luck now. Chief Marigold, I shall send more forces from the church here. The mine will extract gold for the faith this month. None are allowed to interfere. Keep this parchment and show it to any force that arrives here, be it from Reveria or Gracia faction. Tell them that disrespecting the Lord Inquisitor's seal is akin to calling the wrath of Solis on oneself. After that, Sir Dalaram once again entered the stagecoach, and they were soon on their way back. However, Sylvester had a cheeky smile, for he had sensed something when the man spoke earlier. So, only half of it was the truth. Sir Dalaram sighed, knowing that Sylvester was extremely good at reading people. The parchment only talks about the mines, not the town, but the people of the town are important for the post-extraction process. What if they had refused to go and called your bluff? Sylvester asked him to see if the man had also thought about the worst-case scenario. Even in that case, they'd have to respect the church and not attack the town. Master Maximilian, you must remember that the church is the supreme entity in the world. We must spread and maintain the faith and its laws, including ensuring the faithful's safety. In the case of wars, by sacred laws, no army can harm civilians. If they do, they will be seen as heathens and be dealt with. This war, too, I can see the decision-makers of the church being unhappy about it. At best, this war will end in a week with no winners but many sinners, Sir Dalaram explained. Sylvester took the man's word by heart, recognizing that Sir Dalaram had more experience with the laws and customs of this world. I guess I still have much to learn, but while being careful, I should learn to use my status to the fullest. What's the point of being God's favored otherwise? The town has been through enough. I do hope they get some peace now. He muttered and relaxed in the seat once they reached the even, well-paved Holy Road. The journey would take them a whole day, so there was not much to do but rest and silently play with Murad's fur. It had been 8 days since Sylvester left the Holy Land before. He hoped that at least some deacons would have returned since only 5 days remained. After all, not everyone had taken the task of exorcising. Some must have chosen to hunt wild animals or to help a poor village with their house reconstructions. However, as the stagecoach was about to cross the tunnel to enter the Holy Land, Sylvester noticed a long line of people at the side, all wearing modest robes with the faith's insignia in hand as they prayed with closed eyes. There were all kinds of people, kids, old, young, men and women. Some even looked physically disabled. The crowd was so big that clergymen kept an eye and managed everything from horseback. They were also keeping the road traffic in order. "What's going on here, Sir Dalaram?" he asked, as his experience outside the Holy Land was non-existent. Sir Dalaram made a small prayer in the direction of the Magna Sanctum and explained, "It seems your sense of time is still affected by the long unconsciousness. It's the season of Solis, the 2 holy months when the light of Solis falls the most on these lands. All these people are pilgrims, here to see the Magna Sanctum from afar, while some lucky ones get to enter the temple and get blessings from the Pope." But Sylvester was shocked by something he noticed in the long crowd. He protruded his head out the stagecoach's window to look carefully. Wait, was that a humanoid wolf and a humanoid gorilla? Sir Dalaram chuckled and responded, "Indeed, they are beastkins, half human and half animal. These ones are also faithful believers of Solis. They all come from the large island between the Sol continent and the land of the heathens, the Bisteria continent. It's called Libertia, the land of the free. It was where Pope Axel Tar Cree and various kings and chiefs of heathens signed the peace accord. The land is under the jurisdiction of none and has its own government. Humans and subhumans live there harmoniously, engage in business and exchange culture. It might disgust you to know, but many humans, even faithfuls, have married subhumans and now live there. Then, does it not make it the best place to live? But in case of another war, I reckon it will be the first place to get destroyed." He quickly dismissed the mere thought of buying a piece of land there. "And we allow this to happen?" he inquired. "That's the beauty of the faith. In fact, we promote intermarriage between faithfuls and subhumans, but only in Libertia. Slowly, this way, we are turning many heathens into faithfuls," Sir Dalaram answered while looking outside. "Why don't we promote it here?" Sylvester asked. Instantly, he felt a faint smell of rotten eggs, signifying disgust. Sol continent is not ready for it yet. The church only dislikes subhumans because they are heathens, but the people, and by large the clergy, hate them for being different. They are nothing but prospective slaves to most here. If you look outside, you will only find beastkins because they are a divided community in various small clans. For this, they are easy to accept Solis. While elves, Dwarves, centaurs, goblins, and such have their own gods they strongly believe in, perhaps more strongly than many followers of Solis here. Sir Dalaram explained in detail while internally accepting that he held the same negative viewpoint towards subhumans. Sylvester sighed silently. So it's basically racism between species, or should I call it speciesism? Anyway, at least the church's top ranks don't hate them for being different. Slowly, the stagecoach went deeper into the Pope's Peninsula. No pilgrim was allowed to enter there, so it was as empty as ever. He soon arrived at the Bright Mother's complex and went home. At the same time, Sir Dalaram left to report to his superiors about the invading armies from Riveria. Sylvester found the house empty, as Xavier was still at work, so he decided to bake himself some nice bread and eat them with honey. For Muraj, he boiled some meat. Here you go, Chonky. Eat this banana while the meat cooks. He sat back on the wooden chair and relaxed. His nerves finally calmed down, Holy Land being the safest palace for him. Makesy, give me more banana. He handed his half. What do you think, Chonky? How long will it take me to get as strong as Inquisitor High Lord? Muraj stopped eating and looked at Sylvester's face intently, appearing to contemplate and estimate with the help of his vast centuries of wisdom. Then a moment later, he showed a big smile. I don't know. What was all that dramatic pause for then? Anyway, vomit all the gold out. I want to see how much I have saved. Muraj quickly ate the banana and then showed one paw. Chonky Bank needs taxes first. One more banana. Sylvester sighed and got up to get one. He never argued with Muraj for such little things, knowing the boy was merely having fun, and if he were to ask seriously, Muraj would even vomit his guts out. Here you go, Lord Chonky. With that, the furry boy started to induce vomit. Unfortunately, this was the worst part of his ability, as he couldn't just open his mouth and let everything out. Wazja. A minute later, Muraj vomited everything, now covered in slimy liquid. But Sylvester couldn't care less. His eyes were just shocked at the large pile of gold. This is brilliant. I didn't know we had gathered this much. This is amazing. Sylvester picked the bricks of gold and tried to guess the weight. There were a few other things, jewelry mostly. All this, I reckon there are more than 50,000 gold graces here. Wait, what is this? While sorting the items, he found something strange, akin to a shining white marble, but it was too small and had a black spot on it. What is this, Chonky? Muraj stopped the dramatic banana eating and looked up curiously. Oh, that's Archbishop Lucy's eye. It was very shiny. I like it, I take it. You mean Archbishop Lucas? Chapter 46, Some Young Lights Doused. When did you find the time to take his eye? And I didn't even notice he had one fake, Sylvester asked. When you kicked him, I took his eye. You said all shiny things are money, so I took. Muraj revealed his nefarious plans, which were a result of miscommunication. Sylvester sighed and put the whole thing at the back of his mind. Time will teach you what is valuable and what is not. Let's eat some good food for now. The two boys sat alone in the house, one fully naked and one half naked. There was nothing to do to entertain himself, so Sylvester just slept. He needed some long naps until the end of the examination, as he knew many more tests were coming. However, the little nap lasted longer than they expected, and the alarm that woke Sylvester up was Xavier entering and gasping in joy. She rushed over to him and hugged him tightly. He was still half asleep and looked around in confusion as to where he was. After all, the hangover from nearly dying takes some time to go away. Ah, Mother, when did you come to Goldstown? She giggled and went along with the joke. I was so worried that I ran away from the Holy Land. Are you not happy seeing me? Sniff, Sylvester instantly smelled lies in the air. This alerted him quickly, quenching his sleep. But soon a smile grew on his face. You're lying, Mother. They fired you, didn't they? She scoffed, noticing a smile. "You cheeky boy, it's so hard to fool you. So how was your exam?" Xavier led him out of her hold and sat close with his hand in hers, much excited to learn about her son's adventures. Sylvester couldn't honestly tell her everything, so he gave a toned-down version of the cave incident. The cannibals were fine to tell, however. So he reciprocated her enthusiasm and briefed her. They had two ghosts, not one. One of them was not even a ghost but an evil family. The man and woman kidnapped people from town and fed them to their son. It was very smelly in their house. I caught them and punished them. Then there was a real ghost in the mines, and I beat it too. Xavier nodded the whole time in pride. Of course, if not you, then who else could do such a thing? My Max is powerful and wise. Oh, one more thing. Sylvester ran off to the cupboard and took out a pouch. I got this from the Sacred Arms Guild, a reward of 1,000 gold graces for my work. When Xavier took it, her hands trembled. She was paid not even 5 graces a month. In her hand was her salary for 250 months. And no wonder all young men wish to become an adventurer. You get paid so much. And you can die at any time, he thought. What will you do with this money? She inquired, with no intention of keeping it. Sylvester had his own dilemma. His black money was worth 50,000 gold graces. How was he going to spend that money without being caught? Mum, I will open an account at Quad Bank of Solis. Then I will accumulate the money, and one day I will buy a big land where both of us will live. That is my dream. Xavier mistook him, however, and emotionally hugged him. I'm sorry, Mother is so poor. I'm sorry you lived in that little house. What? I just want some peace, woman. Ah, I'm hungry. He changed the subject, fearing the tears of Xavier will never stop. She was undoubtedly a strong-willed woman, but she was too emotional sometimes. But he questioned many things about his and her past whenever he looked at her. Who is my father? Who is her father? Why does she hide it from me? He will need to search for many answers in the coming years. But for now, he let the woman be happy and care for him, which made her feel satisfied. Later that night, they ate dinner and talked about various things, including their days at work. Xavier revealed she had been transferred to the healers department at the Holy Land and would no longer have to go around preaching. Sylvester was happy because she would be safe as long as she lived in the Holy Land. However, the world outside was too unkind in his mind. From dark creatures to wars, there was no end. When the time to sleep came, he did not fall asleep as quickly, and instead just looked at the ceiling, thinking about life in general. He wondered if there were other reincarnations in this world, or what made him so special if he was the only one. He questioned the existence of the church. The world was so messed up, yet from the actions of the church, not all but most of them, he felt it was not an evil entity. However, it was confusing, as either the church was extremely well planned, to the point that even the clergy wouldn't understand its true depths, or it was truly good. His brain was automatically making him tilt towards the former hypothesis. There must be a great many secrets hidden behind some doors. I hope I never come across them, for living in ignorance is true bliss. Slowly, he fell asleep, as he needed to wake up early the next day to go and check on his friends at the school dorms. All he could hope for was that they'd return alive. West Pope's Palace, Sanctum Council Room. That foolish woman has initiated the war early. She must have sensed our activities. Only if I could simply kill all their spies here, but that would destabilize the continent. Pope Axel Tarcreed appeared calm, yet the voice showed his frustration. At that Saint Scepter, the second in command, who rarely talked, spoke. No need to fear, Holy Father. I have sent Void Keepers Null and X5 to deal with it. Queen Rixina will not speak or walk again. Her son, the Crown Prince Duke Harold Gracia, will be the new king of Gracia Kingdom. The man did not speak anymore, so the Pope took over. Good, I trust in Null. Hero Poison Angel taught him well before her untimely demise. I wish for this war to be over within this week. Any longer would strain the lands and faithfuls. We do not want another famine. Holy Father, if I may. You need not ask for permission, Lord Inquisitor. You are my highest general. Your concern is faith's concern. The Pope respectfully allowed it. Inquisitor High Lord took out a map of the eastern side of Saul continent and put it on the stone table. Everyone moved their chairs closer to see what this matter was about, as the Lord Inquisitor rarely shows much activity in the council. Holy Father and the esteemed council, I am afraid dark times are ahead for us. On the map you look at, all the red crosses are places confirmed to be haunted by a powerful bloodling, like the one in Goldstown. The black crosses are suspected locations where a bloodling may have risen. As so many, Saint Wazir exclaimed with a frown apparent. The Inquisitor High Lord nodded. There are 68 confirmed cases and 1342 suspected. The number is increasing as we speak. As you can see, these are particularly restricted to the eastern side and some in Libercia. So it has started, the Pope muttered, sighing in his seat. There is a reason I was so hasty to sign the peace accord with the heathens, even with many compromises. I knew this was coming, the darkness in our lands. What do you think happens to lands constantly embroiled in war for 1,000 years, where every inch of it is tainted with blood and tears? Evil rises, as it has risen now. Bloodlings, creatures of the night and others alike, will soon plague the land if we are not careful. I'm afraid the Inquisitors and the Holy Army will have to work more now, Lord Inquisitor. Inquisitor High Lord saluted. Holy Father, it is my obligation as a son of Solis. Therefore, even if the faith demands I work day and night, I will fight and ensure the light remains bright. The Pope stood up, and the faith is thankful. Let's end this session then. I believe the favored ones will soon be returning, some without beating hearts. Sylvester went to the dorms of the School of Dawn the next day, but he found none of his friends had returned yet. Some students did, however, so he spent time with them, talking about their missions. He had nothing to do but train himself and read books while waiting for the 13th day. Meanwhile, he opened an account at the Quad Bank of Solis and submitted his money there. The interest rates were not very high, so it was merely a place to keep his legal money safe. Besides that, he spent a little money on buying some extra robes, as he will be going on more missions in the future. He also purchased some clay to make miniature sculptures as a hobby. As a retired man who used to work at the Smithsonian Museum as a restorationist, he enjoyed such work. Also, he wished to make a few inventions someday to make his life easier. But for now, he was going to keep himself low. Too much attention was terrible, as he already had enough headaches with Bishop Norman. Slowly, a few days passed, and the last day for all deacons arrived. Sylvester was early that morning and went to greet his friends. "You're alive." Sylvester saw Felix setting himself in the room. Felix looked back and smiled. "Why does it sound like you're more shocked than relieved?" Sylvester chuckled and went ahead to clasp hands firmly. "It's good to see you again. Where are the others?" "They have returned too, just want to take a bath." "Both of them?" Sylvester inquired. "Yes, Marcus and Gabriel both have returned. Marcus has a swollen, stitched eye, however. He went hunting wild animals for a northern village. The poor guy came across a wild giant bear accidentally, but his flexibility saved him." Sylvester chuckled, knowing it made sense as Marcus was someone who takes risks for adventures, being a confident boy. Knock knock. The two looked at the open door and found their class's head coordinator, Archpriest Edmund. The man looked solemn, even sad for some reason. "Deacons gather in the backside of the school, pay respect to the fallen." Sylvester and Felix looked at each other's faces and noticed the smiles disappearing. It seemed they were the lucky ones. "How many didn't make it, Archpriest?" Sylvester asked. With a sigh, the man answered before leaving. Out of 30, only 19 returned. Don't delay, head out quick. The two did as asked and found Marcus and Gabriel on the way. After a short greeting, all four went to the school's backyard. It was an open field of grass with small patches of concrete here and there. Sylvester looked around. All deacons had depressed faces. Some were still injured with wounds tied up on heads, arms, or legs. A chilling scene was presented to them all, as there lay 11 stacks of wood. Small in size, for those who rested on them were kids, lifeless. Here we gather to pay respect to the fallen favored ones. May their souls rest, for they fought bravely as the sons of Solis. A man in priest's robes spoke aloud while walking around, reading a book and sprinkling some shiny water on the wood. Sylvester glanced around. The school's building behind him appeared like a wall, so tall it eclipsed the sky. But for some reason, he felt like an animal on a spectacle at that moment, as the windows of all floors were open and students from all years watched them, some with a look of pity while few carried scorn. "We're not here to study, we're here to die," Sylvester thought as slowly the stacks of wood were lit on fire. Sylvester watched them burn with a sense of disgust. God's favored class was a jungle where only the strongest lived, where they were merely the sacrificial lambs, as others bet which ones last the longest. He looked around himself. They were all real kids, unlike him. That made him wonder how broken their minds must be to see those with whom they shared meals for a year die for a mere test, knowing that it could have been them too. Felix suddenly returned after talking to some other deacons. Willis Leroy is one of them. Apparently, Rommel was on the same quest, hunting some animals for a village. The examiner revealed that Rommel left Willis behind when they were attacked by a great lion. Willis died trying to save a villager. Gabriel sighed and prayed for the boy they briefly knew and came to like. "I hope Rommel gets punished for it." "In your dreams, he's got Bishop Norman on his side. I just hope he dies on a quest now." Marcus scoffed, knowing corruption was rampant. "It could have been one of us too," Felix suddenly muttered, sounding crushed. Sylvester sighed. Willis was the weakest boy in the class with the unique talent of spewing fire from his mouth. He liked the boy for his strong will, as Willis showed in Knight's test. But now the boy was no longer with them, and his corpse was burning, died because of cowardice of another. "He was one of us," Sylvester added, as to him they were all just children. He glanced at the summer sky while the wood-churning sound filled his ears with gloom. His senses overwhelmed as he felt the smell of burning flesh, and the sorrow of those around him loomed. The scene was gritty, but he did not feel sad or bad, just pity. So much for being a church of peace. Despite immense warmth from the sun and the freshness of the solarium that the Soul Tree spread, the air today felt particularly dead. Chapter 47, Results. That day, there were no classes for the favored ones. Instead, they were instructed to remain in their dorms and recover, since many of them were injured or exhausted. Sylvester didn't go home and stayed behind to talk with the boys. They seemed too shaken by the deaths, as it was understandable since they did not have experiences of 2 lifetimes. "Who else died?" Marcus asked. "Nobody knows, but I did not see Henry Rockwell, so I guess he's one of them," Gabriel responded dejectedly. Felix sighed in his seat, adjusting himself uncomfortably. "We didn't even know their names. What a waste of life." Sylvester was seated on the bed with his back resting on the wall. But we all had some idea that this was going to happen. This test was not just a test of our powers, but also our minds. Those with insufficient power should never have picked quests out of their league. After all, I saw so many impossible ones among them, fighting a gang of thieves, fighting a great lion infestation. These were above us. I nearly died during my mission as well. The job request at the guild turned out to be outdated. Instead of being a C or D, it was an S-ranked job. I was in bed, half dead, unconscious for 6 days. Even one of my examiners died along with an archbishop and 2 bishops. Fuck, Felix cursed in shock, wondering if even Sylvester with his peak talent could have died, then how the rest could survive. Knowing that everyone was nervous, especially Marcus and Gabriel, Sylvester suggested something. After all, this was why he revealed to them that he had nearly died. You three, I have a suggestion that you must take seriously. I believe that with each year, the bar for the tests will keep going high. I don't see many of us surviving until the very end. It would be best if you vowed that the moment you feel your chances of surviving a test are near to none because of the insane demands of the guild quests, you would drop out of the favored one's class. There is no point in dying when we all have enough talent to become high clergy members. Felix, you are the second son of Count Sandwall. I'm sure you can live an extraordinary life even if you drop out. But Marcus, your family is poor and monastery helped you reach here. Do you want your family to remain poor? And you, Gabriel, you sold yourself into slavery to feed your sister. Can you let her be orphaned? The world is not very kind to powerless girls, you know it. He reminded each one of them that there are bigger goals to pursue. What about you? Gabriel asked, already having a hunch what the answer would be. Sylvester sighed and rested back. You think they will allow me to quit? Someone who can one day be as strong as the Pope. I am the fruit they want to nurture until I am ready to be harvested. Felix nodded in agreement. True, if even the once-in-a-century talent quits, it'd be a shame to the school and the church. You are damned to eternal hardship. Talk about a blessing being a curse. We're all cursed, Marcus started. All other students in the school don't have to fight for their lives. They merely come here to study. Some stay to join the church while those who paid return. They don't even study the same things that we do. Do you think the study of runes is so easy? It's one subject that allows any wizard to use all elements. The truth is, others of our age in regular classes rarely have talent in multiple elements. Most of us favored ones are gifted with good brains. The curriculum we're taught from day one is usually taught from the 3rd year. This is one of the reasons why some weaker deacons will stay weak and quit or die. So the system is tilted against us, to turn us into strong warriors, Gabriel muttered. Or dead warriors, huh? Felix chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. Sylvester got up. As long as we're careful, we can survive. We just need to know when to quit. We can even help ourselves by training harder and getting better. I am the only adept wizard among us. So first, let's get you all to reach adept rank at least. So get your sobbing asses off, and let's go to the arena to train. Who's crying? I'm not crying. Felix quickly jumped to his feet and picked up his sword. Sylvester felt slightly envious, as the sword looked amazing with its golden hilt with some gems and a smooth blade. How much did it cost? Felix shrugged. Don't know, my brother gifted it to me just a few days ago, as I had taken a guild quest near my family lands. I should also look for a weapon. I have paramount talent in knightly arts too, after all. He thought and proceeded out with the boys. Shawnee I take. No. What? Felix exclaimed in reaction. Sylvester shook his head. No, nothing. I thought I forgot something. I need to teach Chonky how to gauge the price of an item. Sylvester made a mental note for Mirage. Soon they arrived at the empty arena and put their names on the register. There was no overseer except a maintenance worker who kept the records. The arena was divided into various parts, one belonging to the knights' training and one for the wizards. Okay, let's fight, but only with our magic. The more we use it, the higher our chances of ranking up. He instructed them like a big brother. Felix grunted. Sword is what I am good at. What's your knight rank anyway? Sylvester grinned. Not telling you, boy, but I assure you that I can beat you in a minute. Let's do this then. Stop, Marcus interrupted them. We're here for wizard training. Adept rank is the target, remember. Sylvester was already serious and took a wizard's stance, which was nothing but one palm facing the enemy and another arm held near the stomach as if it was holding a book. This was to train wizards to be ready to use magical items in the future. Soon all four took formations, standing in a Mexican standoff. They all had mocking smiles on their faces, wondering who would win. But Sylvester added a few rules. Remember, we are not here to kill or hurt each other. To ensure we don't mess up, we must shout our move's name to give the other time to defend. Remember, do not use any powerful magic. This is merely a warm-up, he instructed. Everyone nodded and silently looked at each other's faces. Fireball. Air push. Earthquake. Motherfuck. Sylvester's mouth only let out a curse as the three attacked him simultaneously. He quickly backstepped and created a hard shield with his light magic. But the earthquake attack got him, as it was a simple real earthquake meant to make him fall. So, as he lost his balance, the three seemed to prepare for their next attack. Sylvester scoffed, turned the light shield into three hard light cubes, and sent them zooming towards the three. Bam, bam. Gabriel and Felix coughed out saliva as soon as the cubes connected and fell down, rolling in slight pain. However, Marcus was a master acrobat and made a front flip to save himself and close the gap. Sylvester was quick to jump in and gather himself. Not today, boy. Flash of blinding light went out of Sylvester's hand, stopping Marcus in his tracks. Ah, my eyes. Slap. Before Marcus could reorient himself, Sylvester appeared close and slapped his face, not too hard, but enough to send him to the floor. You get the Rommel treatment. In no time, all three were on the ground. Sylvester looked over them in triumph, his chin held up. He recognized that the three were decent wizards but lacked the mental discipline to not get shocked by sudden moves. 3 versus 1, yet you lost. He mocked and sat down while creating some water bubbles with runes, allowing the three to drink. Felix got up first as he was accustomed to beating. Not going to lie, you are damn good, brother, but I have a question. Fire it up. Sylvester relaxed and the other two got up. Are we supposed to be celibate already or after graduation? Felix inquired, looking at all his friends. Sylvester frowned. Why are you asking that? We're just 9 or 10 years old. Felix scoffed. Oh, don't give me that nonsense. We've all seen the rotten side of the world, which includes the adult side. We're the favored ones, favored with knowledge too. I know you three think about it too. Do you like some girl or what? Sylvester asked, feeling awkward at talking about adult things with younglings. So he tried to treat it as sex education. No, but I'm just curious. But you know, I want to at least experience what I am asked to give up. I can deny becoming a clergyman after all. Sylvester shook his head. No, we're not allowed to hold any salacious thoughts. If you want to do it once you've finished school and have joined the army. Felix relaxed back, appearing sad. That's too bad, but I'm envious of Marcus. Marcus was alerted. What did I do? I'm dirt poor. With a cheeky grin, Felix replied, well, since you're the most flexible boy I've ever seen, I bet you can, eat your own. Help yourself. Sylvester was at a lack of words, disgusted at why such young kids were talking about adult topics. But the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. The line between an adult and adolescent was extremely thin here. This was a medieval world. People grow mentally much faster due to societal circumstances and even start making bobbies in their teens. Gabriel was scared, looking left and right. I hope nobody is listening to us. No, I don't. What kind of preposterous suggestion is that? Marcus barked. Well, my friend, it's not a matter of can you. It's about wanting to. I mean, it's totally within the bounds of rules. You ain't impure if you're doing yourself. Marcus angrily talked back. Felix, why do you seem more interested in it than me? It's as if you're envious. Felix's face fell hard. I just imagined it. Ugh, gross. Ifda? Hello. It prompted all three to laugh heartily, while Sylvester remained disgusted. But it helped the three, finally feeling refreshed from the gloominess of the morning. This was all they could do because reality was going to come and bite them no matter what. Let's head back. I don't want to hear what else comes out of Felix's mouth. We should probably pray a bit too. Sylvester got up before they said something too unholy and got them hung on a pike. I want to sleep early tonight. Tomorrow we'll get the results of the test. Let's hope we all get great marks, Gabriel muttered. What? The next day, the four found themselves in their classroom, now with a smaller crowd. It was a saddening sight, but they were less worried about it as they had something more grave ahead. The head coordinator of their class was announcing the results, and everyone felt a little restless as passing marks were 25 out of 30. It was so high because this was expected from God's favored. Charles White, 20 points, failed. Please move out of the class and head to the common second-year classroom. George Morgan, 25 points, pass. Marcus Lyoness, 26 points, pass. Rommel Riveria, 29 points, pass. Albus Pingu, 9 points, failed. Felix Sandwall, 27 points, pass. Gabriel Maxwell, 26 points, pass. Louis Hermington, 28 points, pass. Sylvester Maximilian. Suddenly, Archpriest Edmund stopped and looked at Sylvester with a conflicted expression. 24 points, failed. What? Sylvester stood up in shock. More precisely, anger. Chapter 48, Payback. 24 points, failed. What? I nearly died and completed an S-ranked quest indirectly, and not to mention I'm the best in this class at most of the magic elements. How can I fail? Sylvester was shocked and angered at this result. He knew there was more to it than what meets the eye, so he quickly got up and asked, Archpriest, can you give me a division of marks? Archpriest Edmund looked at the parchment in his hand and asked, Are you sure? I can give it to you later. No, I want to hear it. Sylvester insisted because by doing this, he was creating a lot of witnesses to what was happening. If that's what you wish. To all your knowledge, we have divided the results into 6 segments, each subject having combined marks with its practicals, while the quests that you all went to holds 5 marks. For Deacon Sylvester, you received 5 out of 5 in the theory and practice of elemental magic, incantation, and healing. Meanwhile, for your quest, you received 4 marks, and for runes you have received 0 marks. Since you received a 0 in the theory examination, your practical marks were not counted. The man also looked strained by this result, wondering how Bishop Norman could be so dumb. But again, when he thought about it, the man reached his position using various strange means. Even while being underexperienced in teaching, he got an important class like this, so he reckoned there was someone behind him. Sylvester frowned. What? But how was I supposed to answer questions such as, describe the process of casting elder runes? Nobody knows the answer to it. Bishop Edmund was shocked by that too. The teachers personally gave the questions, and if Sylvester got such a question, it'd mean it was deliberate. That is indeed an unsolvable question, but that's just one que. Sylvester quickly interrupted and gave examples of more questions. What is the process of making overlapping dual runes? How is it used? And who discovered runes first and how? I got these questions too, mentor. One is out of syllabus and the other has no definite answer. This, I will speak with the headmaster and get him to reevaluate your questions. But Sylvester was not satisfied. He was irked. Someone was trying to create trouble for him for no reason. He believed in being kind to those who were kind to him, and ruthless to those who showed uncalled contempt. Go on, I will be done before that, he thought. He had the one-time token to meet the headmaster any time he wanted, and he could have gone to him on his own to resolve the matter. He nodded and sat down to allow the class to end with all results announced. This was it for the day, as they were yet to get the books for the next year, so actual classes of year 2 would start from the next day, giving enough time to Sylvester. How did I pass then? He asked me a question about Elder Runes too. Felix wondered once the archpriest had left. Well, because it wasn't you who beat Rommel, Sylvester muttered. But I do wonder what his endgame is. He can't just fail the peak talent of the whole class, so there are bound to be inquiries. I'm sure once the headmaster sees the questions, you will be promoted to the next class, Gabriel said, trying to cheer Sylvester up, not knowing there was no need to. Anyway, let's all eat lunch in the back gardens. I want to know about those who fell. I'm sure the rest of the class holds the same idea. He spoke loud and looked at the deacons. Instantly, the smiles of passing the class faded from their faces, and they nodded. There were even fewer left now, merely 15, as 4 deacons failed the class. But of course, Sylvester didn't count himself in that. Let's do that, everyone agreed with him. So Sylvester decided to get to the next part of his plan. He turned to his friends and excused himself. Boys, I will go and meet Bishop Norman and talk to him about my marks. I'll see you in the garden after that. Be careful, I don't like that man, Felix cautioned. What? Sylvester had to see Bishop Norman in his second office on the 9th floor, where all mentors lived and ate their lunch. By now, Sylvester had done all the investigation he needed to learn everything about the man. What he eats, where he eats, who he likes, and who he dislikes. However, his first hurdle was to get to the top floor. There were no stairs to go to the upper floors. All students above first year and mentors have their names registered in the Access Registry. Then to get to their floors, all they had to do was walk into a designated part of a wall to magically appear on their floor. Sylvester did not have his name on the registry, but he was told by a certain Inquisitor Knight that the one-time token he had gotten from the headmaster would allow him to reach the top floor, where the headmaster's office was. So all he had to do next was find the man's office. Over the past few months, he had used the token to get to the top floor and explore it thoroughly. So now he went directly to the floor, turned a few corridors, and knocked on the old oak door. It opened automatically in an instant, surely being magic. He walked inside confidently, with curious eyes to look inside. The man sat inside on the other side of his table in his usual robes. He had put his mitre aside as he ate his food like a pig. Sylvester looked around first. The room was lavish, with gold engravings on the ceiling and ornamental decorations. Heck, even the windows had golden frames. There were also books around, but sadly, they did not affect the man, as human decency was nowhere to be found. "Bishop, why did you fail me?" Sylvester asked, showing a fit of anger appropriate for a frustrated child. The man looked up, angered in an instant as soon as he saw the former. "How did you come up here, boy? Leave, or you won't even get to sit in this school." Surprised, Sylvester wondered where the man got this confidence from. "I will leave, but first, please tell me how to cast an Elder Rune, or tell me who invented the runes." "Leave at this very instant, or I will not be kind anymore. You failed your tests. That's final. Even if the Holy Father tried, it wouldn't change my mind. You are the Lord's bard after all. You should know about Elder Runes. Does the Lord not talk to you? Don't you walk around singing your little poems?" Sylvester took a short breath and asked, "Why are you doing this? Because I beat your king's son, Rommel. Is that it? I wonder, however, if Rommel is getting so much help. You must have reached this position using not many conventional ways, too. After all, it's dark times we live in. Even bloodlings are spawning so close to the Holy Land. Who knows, one might have appeared inside as well." Bishop Norman started shaking in anger and stood up abruptly, pointing his finger at Sylvester. "Are you accusing me of being a fraud, a bloodling? I am as powerful as any bishop and shall be an archbishop soon. It takes money, resources, herbs, crystals, treasures, and sacred books to grow powerful, some things you will never have. Go back to the rat hole you crawled out of, you impure boy. No human of your standing can be God's favored, a boy born to a whore. Whoosh, all of a sudden, a sharp spear made of light magic appeared beside the bishop's neck. I'd be cautious with the next words, Bishop. That woman has given up a lot for me, and I shall hear no words against her. Not by the likes of you, a man born to lick others' feet. Sylvester looked emotionless, but perhaps that was frightening enough for the bishop to shut up. The bishop was dazed as he looked into Sylvester's golden eyes, finding no pity and utmost resolve. Bishop Norman gulped, wondering if he should take a calm approach, lest the boy might do something. Sylvester started to walk around the room while talking. You know, I was offered help against you by people you can't even dare to look in the eye, but I refused because revenge is best served cold. What can you do? I have the might of Reveria behind me, the continent's food basket. I have archbishops across the church backing me. You have no authority, no backing here, and just playing on the Holy Father's lap does not make you his son. Do you still think this corrupt, weak iteration of the church will protect you? Sylvester started humming slowly, moved around the room in a particular direction and stopped. Then he looked at Bishop Norman's face with false pity. Aren't we all his sons and daughters? I guess bloodlings like you are not. Well, it's your bad luck that you stumbled upon me. Otherwise, your plan was great. Sensing something was coming, Bishop Norman breathed fast. Don't do something idiotic, boy. Oh no, I won't be the one doing something silly. Perhaps these few lines of my new hymn will explain better. Sylvester started to sing while keeping a big smile on his face. The halo did appear behind his head, but instead of warmth, it spread fear this time, appearing slightly crimson instead of just white. They strike again and again. He says I'm just a boy. Why would you play me? I am not a toy. Not once, not twice, there was no end. They struck him again and again. He hoped soon they'd make amends. Heard enough, even iron breaks. When sins go beyond petty mistakes. Enough, said the boy, he was none to cry. For he faced death and looked it in the eye. Your time's up, done with all attacks. It's time for payback. The coward stands now in front. His actions the boy had taken affront. Hurt and angered, he was none to cry. He just came to say the last goodbye. As he finished singing, he removed the light spear from the man's throat and instead waved his hand. May Solis teach you elder magic in his embrace, Bishop Norman. Bam! Sylvester backed up a few steps abruptly, slamming himself and shattering the window glass. Uninterrupted, he fell out of the 9th floor towards the hard ground and grass. Chapter 49, A Little Purge. A few months ago, Sylvester had gone to find Sir Dalaran to ask what he should do with the annoying Bishop Norman. Despite being offered help, he wished to resolve the matter himself. So he first tried to understand why a mentor in the school could blatantly show favoritism. There are a few reasons, Master Maximilian, said Sir Dalaran. He is a bishop, and if he's connected to the Reveria royal family, then that means he has the whole might of the Reveria kingdom backing him. Reveria is the continent's breadbasket, so they enjoy special protection from the church. But they misuse that protection to send their spies and lackeys into the Holy Land. It's a game of chess, as we also know all kingdoms have their spies around. But this Bishop Norman Spring is being very open about it, which means he has some support inside the church, most likely from some higher up. So even if the Inquisitor High Lord or the Pope would like to stomp them dead, they can't because that might start a chain reaction. A bishop is a high-ranking clergyman after all, so we can't just remove them. Even the Pope needs a strong cause to go after them, or it would cause panic in the ranks. Sylvester understood everything. He had seen such a scheme play out many times. So let's say if the church found a plausible reason to deal with him, let's say Bishop Norman attacked me, would the church react? Of course, you are a favored one. Even if they don't believe it, you have the highest talent in decades. The church will protect you if you are threatened physically. Sylvester sinisterly smiled. Is that so? I appreciate your help, Sir Dalorum, but I believe I can handle this. However, I may need your help with something else. I want you to teach me something. Anything you wish, Master Maximilian. Sir Dalorum dutifully saluted. Great, I just need you to teach me how to safely break my arm. What? What? Present. Where is Sylvester? We've already finished our lunch. Felix looked around and wondered. All other deacons from their class were also present, remembering their friends who had fallen. Marcus finished eating an apple and looked at the tall school building. I hope he's fine. That bishop used to give me strange vibes. What do you mean strange? Gabriel asked. Marcus frowned. I'm not very sure, but when I lived in the monastery, the archpriest there warned me not to be alone with clergy members that creeped me out. Should we go and find him? Felix suggested. How are we go? Crash! Just then, the sound of glass shattering suddenly resounded. All deacons looked up quickly at the school building, only to find Sylvester falling down, while Bishop Norman stood at the window, watching with a frown. Ahiopu. Me you. Sylvester. Felix instinctively jumped into action and ran towards Sylvester. A second later, most other deacons did the same. But they could not reach him in time to save him. After all, that was the opposite of Sylvester's plan. Thud. Everyone crowded him as his body fell to the hard ground. Some blood came out of the mouth, and the right hand appeared to be twisted in a way it appeared broken. But Sylvester was still up, groaning in pain. But a few seconds later his eyes closed. Holy Soulies, that bastard threw him out of his office. Felix cursed and tried to pick up Sylvester quickly. Being a warrior all his life, he was strong enough. Quick, call the archpriest. He shouted and rushed into the building, towards the healer's room. In a matter of minutes, Sylvester was put on a bed. A healer was healing his bone, and some medicinal potions were being put on his head. The archpriest soon arrived with the headmaster, as he was busy talking about Sylvester's examination when the words reached him. He looked pale as if someone had taken out his heart. What happened? How did he fall from there? It was Bishop Norman, Felix blurted with no fear. Being the son of a count, he never lacked the courage to speak to people of high ranks. Bishop Norman, how did Deacon Sylvester get there? He asked back. Using my one-time token. Headmaster Cardinal Geralt spoke. This matter is not an internal matter anymore. I will have to call the marshals. I didn't do it. He jumped on his own. Bishop Norman rushed in fast. Finally, the smug look on his face was gone, now changed with fear. The headmaster shook his head. As I said, this matter is beyond the school administration now. The administration of faith shall investigate it now. An attempt on the life of another clergy, a God's favored of highest talent at that, is a grave crime. Therefore, Bishop Norman, I am obliged to put you in the dungeon cells until the marshals arrive to transport you. What? B, but I didn't do anything. It's all this little devil's evil plan. Ask him. He will tell you. Bishop Norman pointed at Sylvester desperately. Mum. Suddenly, Sylvester's pain-filled groaning voice echoed, making everyone's hearts feel glum. Don't make this harder for yourself, Bishop, the headmaster warned. This be, Bishop Normal clenched his teeth, pulled away his rank plate and handed it to the headmaster. Before you take me, let me send a missive. That can be arranged, the headmaster agreed. We must let Deacon Sylvester rest and inform his mother and the aide. Archpriest Edmund suggested, but he was scared of Sylvester's aide, as that would mean the Lord Inquisitor would know about this. Headmaster nodded. I'll leave that to you then. The rest of you deacons return to your dorms. I may call some of you to give a statement about this incident later. Be truthful when that happens. Let Deacon Sylvester rest now." "Can we stay?" Felix asked. The headmaster agreed in an instant. "You may." Slowly, everyone left the healer's room. The healer, too, went to his little cabin after putting the potion on Sylvester. "Why did he scream like a cat?" Gabriel asked all of a sudden. Felix smartly responded, "Danger reflex. Everyone has a different way of coping. Some scream, some wet their pants, and some meow apparently." Marcus nodded with a sigh. "I would rather meow than wet my pants." "Ah, look, his eyes are twitching. Do you think he can listen to us?" Gabriel noticed Sylvester's brows. "Yes, I can, you numbskulls." Sylvester was not unconscious at all. He heard everything earlier and called for his mother knowingly, as it would create sympathy. But after hearing the rubbish the three were making about him, he'd have preferred if they had left. "Let's try it then. Oi, little Max, wake up, you piss-eyed lad," Felix yelled. "Piss-eyed?" Marcus stared at Felix in confusion. "I'm from Sandwall. It's desert there. All of us there piss golden water due to lack of it." It makes sense," Gabriel bobbed. Sylvester, meanwhile, held his laugh now. The three were as silly as boys their age could be. As he had expected, "I should just sleep. We'll see what happens to the bishop later." Well, it was not all good for Bishop Norman. Not in his worst dream, he thought Sylvester's actions would open Pandora's box, leading to the greatest harm inflicted on his beloved Riveria kingdom. Why did you give Deacon Sylvester questions that no one can answer? Why did you fail him despite him performing all the physical runes you requested? What is your relationship with Deacon Rommel? Why did you try to kill Deacon Sylvester? One after another, 5 different mean-looking marshals interrogated him, who were upper middle-ranking officers of the Holy Army. The location was a dark dungeon, where the light source was just a little single light crystal. A distance away in the darkness, more people of unknown ranks were standing, watching everything. "I did not try to kill him," Bishop Norman cried as he felt humiliated, tied to a chair with no clothes on his body. "Then why did you try to fail him purposefully?" I wished for him to fail only, not hurt him." Bishop Norman had no other way but to accept his wishes against Sylvester, as the examination sheets were enough evidence. However, he was not going to say anything else, as he had people looking out for him as they spoke. Why did you want to fail him? Isn't he the top performer? Answer me. If you do not speak, you shall rot here forever, away from the warmth of Solis, growing weak by day. If you suffer solarium exhaustion at this age, forget ever advancing in magic." All kinds of pressure tactics were being used. However, after the initial panic, none worked as Bishop Norman kept staring at nothingness. He determined they would not get anything else from him, nor could they harm him. "That's enough, I shall take over." All of a sudden, an old muffled voice reverberated. The voice alone was enough to instill fear in Bishop Norman's heart, as he knew who it belonged to. Soon he saw an abnormally tall man, in red robes and a face hidden under a visor, walking up to him and dismissing the marshals. "As the general of the holy military, I will investigate you, Norman. You are no longer a bishop but a mere suspected heathen." Inquisitor High Lord's eyes shone under the visor. Norman could not ever utter a word directly. "Why, you can't do anything to me." "Do not be so confident about your friends, Norman. They lack the authority to undermine me, or the Holy Father, who has been greatly offended by your actions." Inquisitor High Lord threatened. Is the Holy Father interested in this matter?" Norman asked because as far as he knew, Sylvester was a nobody, a simple child who played on the Pope's lap a few times. Scoffing, the Inquisitor High Lord spoke in discontent. "Foolish heathen, you were not there to witness the miracles of the bard when he was merely a month old. You were not there when he fought a bloodling alone. Your actions have made the Holy Father bemoan. You stayed foolish to what was before you, chasing a dream already in view. His holiness shall show you no mercy, but I can. Your handler, Archbishop Simon from St. Wazir's office, has confessed his sins of working for someone other than the faith, and he has named you as his accomplice. So know this, the sins you have committed against the Bard will only make your trial harder. What the Lord Inquisitor said scared Norman. Archbishop Simon told him that the Holy Father only knew Sylvester but never revealed the extent of influence of his miracles. All deacons in favored one's class had performed miracles or had extraordinary talent, so he did not consider Sylvester something too special. Clearly, he was wrong, as it appeared the whole church was obsessed with that one boy. What must I do to save my neck? He asked. His will was already broken, as he knew no one could save him if the Pope was angered. Inquisitor High Lord flicked his hand and released Norman from the handcuffs. Then he handed him a piece of blank parchment. Write the names of all the spies you know, friendly or enemy. Archbishop Simon confessed to working at the behest of the Riveria royal family, so do not lie. Norman nodded. I will, but please trust me. I did not try to kill Deacon Sylvester. I only wished to fail him so King Riveria's son could have a better chance to come out as the final God's favored. You are foolish to think merely passing a few exams will make him God's favored. One must show miracles, worship, and wisdom first, something Deacon Rommel does not have while Deacon Sylvester has in abundance. Think not, Norman, you now know the truth, just embrace. Norman nodded and started writing names, locations, and ranks while slowly, some drops of tears fell from his eyes. He realized he was also a little expendable pawn. His rank of bishop may have been very high but was too low for his king or the Pope. Regret was all he could afford. Archbishop Leonard, Sand City. Cardinal Moonwalk, Holy Land. Archpriest Ramai, River City. One by one, he wrote 35 names and handed the parchment back. This is all I know. Please allow me to repent. You did well, Norman. When Deacon Sylvester wakes up, according to his testimony, you shall face your sins. But for being a spy, I shall show leniency and urge the Holy Father to do the same. Thank you. Inquisitor High Lord got up and left the dungeon room. As he stepped outside, he saluted the old bearded man. Your Holiness, we have the names. Very well, as we have dealt with Queen Gracia and weakened her kingdom, it's time to put Riveria back in its place. As I announced before, I want peace and stability in my lands, and I will do anything for that. Apprehend all these spies, Lord Inquisitor. Their actions have caused the faith, the church, and the land a great scourge. It's time they face the consequence, the last answer, purge. Chapter 50, No Mercy. Sylvester was still with one arm tied with thick dressings. He was called for an interview by the investigators to record his statements. As he entered the dimly lit room, he noticed a long wooden table at one end of the room, behind which marshals sat, each wearing standard robes with a rank plate of Master Wizard or Golden Knight. There was also the Inquisitor High Lord, surprisingly. The man was menacingly standing at the right corner of the room as if a statue. Deacon Sylvester, tell us what happened in Norman's office in a chronological order in as many details as you can. A marshal asked him. Sylvester decided not to act like a child as the Inquisitor High Lord was here, and the latter knew him well. Besides, he had to be careful with words as he remembered the tall man stating he could discern a lie. He articulated himself smartly. I was confused and frustrated by what Bishop Norman had done to my exam. He asked me how to cast Elder Runes. Nobody knows that. And then he failed me after all my hard work. I wanted to ask him why he did it and went to see him using the one-time token from the headmaster. He was eating in his office when I entered, but he allowed me in so I faced him directly. But he shouted at me, using profanities, calling me a low-born, a rat, and even my mother a who. I don't want to say that word. He said even the Holy Father could not get him to change the results. He said many archbishops across the church are backing him, and called the church weak. Then, when I confronted his unholy words, he stood up angrily and pointed his finger at me. Then suddenly, I felt an invisible push, backing me and slamming me into what I thought was the wall, but it was a window, and I fell out of it. He stopped and looked at the marshals' faces, wondering if they believed him. He purposefully revealed what Norman said about him and Xavier because he knew that many of the clergy members were originally orphans. Some of the marshals were likely the same. He tried to sense the smells in the room to discern what was going on. He first felt the spiciness of anger from the Inquisitor High Lord. Then there was some disgust from others and even hate. "Deacon Sylvester, can you tell us how you survived the fall?" one of the marshals asked. Sylvester quickly replied, "I used the air rune by casting it on the ground before my fall so that it wouldn't hurt too much, but I didn't come out unscathed, and the fall broke my arm." "Thank you for appearing before us, Deacon Sylvester. Would you like to add anything else about Norman?" one of the marshals asked. Sylvester stared at the table for a moment as if he was thinking, then quickly chirped, "Yes. He once called me to his office and offered me 50,000 gold graces if I chose to leave the God's favored class, even the church, and live somewhere remote. But as I am Lord's bard, I reject that. There is nothing outside for me. Money is useless for a child." Sylvester noticed the Inquisitor High Lord nodding his head in the corner. The marshals nodded as well and allowed Sylvester to take his leave. "Thank you. I shall return to my next class." However, Sylvester was merely the first of many to be interviewed that day. Soon, other deacons from the class were called. The first one was Augustus Steele, one of the most talented wizards in the class, but he belonged to no faction, so he gave an honest reply. Bishop Norman was particularly antagonistic towards Deacon Sylvester. Other deacons voiced similar things. That was until Rommel Riveria arrived, being the boy for whom Norman did most of it. But by now, even Rommel was told to throw the bishop under the cart. "In your runes examination, you only answered 3 out of 5 questions, yet you received full marks. Why?" Rommel nervously moved in his chair. I don't know. Bishop Norman did it himself. I don't know him at all. He's just a teacher. We may be related, but he's not supposed to help me." "I know it." As expected, kids are kids. Under pressure, they say useless things. As apparent by Rommel talking about things he shouldn't, it was clear by now that Rommel knew it. After all that was done, Sylvester's friends were called in. Felix was the first, and he spoke truthfully, even turning up a notch a bit as he also had a personal grudge. "Oh, Bishop Norman gave me a question about Elder Runes too, but of course I did not know the answer." "Describe what you saw in the garden." Felix quickly answered. "We were eating lunch when suddenly the sound of glass breaking came. I looked and saw Deacon Sylvester falling out of the 9th floor, his back facing the ground, while Bishop Norman had an evil smirk on his face. Marcus was the same and added some more spices. Bishop was always angry about Deacon Sylvester. He would try to criticize Sylvester at every chance he got, despite him answering all questions. Nobody likes his class. Then Gabriel came, and as he was a very religious boy, he did not say false things. But he said something that shocked the marshals and even prompted the Inquisitor High Lord. I don't know why Bishop Norman did that, but he's never been kind to Deacon Sylvester. In contrast, he showed favoritism to Deacon Rommel. I don't know why he does that, as Deacon Sylvester is the only likely to be the God's favored among all of us," said Gabriel. "And why do you think he's the one?" Inquisitor High Lord asked suddenly. Gabriel's jaw fell at that instant as he had not noticed the big man standing in the dark corner before. His voice took a turn for the worse, and he stuttered. I just believe that, to be God's favored one needs wisdom and strength. S. Sylvester has the most of it in the class. There is also Felix, but he is dense. Haha, you can go now, Deacon Gabriel. May the light enlighten your paths. Inquisitor High Lord dismissed with a slight chuckle. What Gabriel said was clearly what most adults saw, but it soothed him to know that Sylvester's friends felt the same. With that, the interviews ended, and the investigation had gathered a dozen small booklets. What shall be the verdict, Lord Inquisitor? Bishop Norman clearly did everything he's been accused of, a marshal asked. That is for Deacon Sylvester to decide whether he holds the man guilty or not. The next day, in an underground prison, Sylvester was brought to an open area where a few marshals, inquisitors, Inquisitor High Lord, and the headmaster were present. He was the only deacon there, and therefore felt out of place. He looked at Norman. The man only wore a small piece of cloth that hid his manhood. He was tied in chains, both hands held apart. His face had darkened, and his eyes were sunken and had turned red. There were various marks of injury over his torso, showing his days here were not very kind. There was hate and anger in the air from the clergy and Norman, even more so from Norman when Sylvester appeared there. The Inquisitor High Lord spoke solemnly. Deacon Sylvester, he sinned against you, so you shall decide to forgive him or not. Shall he continue to serve the light or face the consequence of his sins against you, against the slight? Why are they asking me? I thought the church had a robust justice system with various enforcers and judges. Sylvester was in utter confusion. He looked around at everyone's faces. There was also Sir Dolorum nodding at him. From the scent, he felt the latter's anger toward Norman. Ah, isn't Norman also a spy? Does this mean this is a test? Should I kill him or not? He wondered what the purpose of calling him here was. Was he supposed to show kindness or wrath? He glanced at Norman and remembered everything the man had spoken to him from day one, calling him strange things and, to Xavia, a harlot. But above all, he also disrespected the faith and spoke negatively about the church. No, for my own peace of mind. I cannot let this man live. Today he may show remorse for his actions, but he will always remember that I caused this. He will always remember what I did in his office. Not today, not tomorrow, but whenever he gets an opportunity, he will strike like a viper waiting for the perfect opportunity. No mercy. He took a long breath and tried to minimize the effect of his words, just to be sure if they were expecting him to be lenient with the man. He was the judge of the life or death of a bishop, after all. He carefully sang a short passage hymn, instantly turning the anger of all marshals and inquisitors into worship. The warmth from the halo in his hand reached all, even Norman. But the ex-bishop had a strange reaction to it. He shouted and cursed, "Damn you and your hymns, you are barred of none." "Thank you, Bishop Norman, you've made it easier for me. You sin or not, the Lord sees it all. There is no hiding, be it big or small. There is no cure for sinful illness. Insult the faithful and receive forgiveness. Abuse the faith and accept destruction. Burn the sinners, states the Holy Inquisition." Sylvester stopped and blankly stared at Norman's terrified face. What he had decided was clear from his little passage. "And no, don't do this, I did not push you, I didn't try to kill you," cried Norman. Sylvester shook his head. "This is not about what you did to me, Bis Norman. I forgive you for what you did to me. But the words you spoke against my Lord, the Supreme Solis, there is no forgiveness, no repentance." At those words, everyone in the dungeon nodded. The Inquisitor High Lord a bit more, as the hymn had his beloved Order of Inquisition in it, making him deeply proud. Sylvester turned to face the big man and conveyed his verdict. "Lord Inquisitor, Sylvester forgives him, but the bard does not." "It has been decided then." Inquisitor High Lord slammed his metal staff on the ground once, making the sound reverberate. Burn he may in the depths of the unholy abyss. May his sins blow away with his ashes, away from Lord's warm bliss. In the year 5109 of the Holy Sun, I, Inquisitor High Lord, with the power and duty bestowed upon me by the Supreme Pontiff, declares Norman Spring excommunicated for heresy and condemned to be burned. As soon as his order came, 3 men entered the dungeon. They were wearing black hooded robes with no rank plate. Their faces were also covered in black metal visors. One held a book and started reciting a few words, while the other 2 stacked wood around Norman after locking his feet. The man screamed, cried, and prayed for forgiveness. His face contorted in ways unimaginable as he tried to free himself from the confines, ignoring the harm to his own body being done. His wrists seemed to rip apart slightly while his feet broke utterly. In the blind rage to be free, he forgot nothing could save him once the announcement of the decree. Whoosh! In seconds the fire engulfed the man, and his flesh melted like snow. His screams echoed across the entire prison, sending chills as the other convicts could only listen. Seeing the flames reaching the ceiling, Sylvester noticed it was already darkened. He reckoned this wasn't the first burning that Hall was witnessing. "Damn you, you will stand here, one day." Norman managed to utter a few words before his face wholly burned down. His eyes popped out and disappeared in flames. From now, Norman Spring was just another among the heathen names. Sylvester was not affected by the view, and merely scratched his face as he looked. Great, this should send a good message to all future mentors to not mess with me, and once I'm done with my education, I'm out of here, he thought, planning for a future. "Deacon Sylvester, return to your school," the Inquisitor High Lord ordered him. He quickly saluted and left. Nothing was amusing about remaining in that suffocating dungeon anyway. Without any protection, it's time to subjugate the Crown Prince of Reveria now, haha. Today, despite seeing burning flesh, he felt utterly fresh. "What? Ah, you're back. Look here, Sylvester. A running man left a package for you." As soon as Sylvester arrived at the dormitory for deacons, he was called by Felix to their room. "Me? Who would send me something? The only family I have is here." Sylvester looked at the package received. It appeared to be about 5 feet long and was thin, about 2 feet in length and breadth. "Open it, my greedy senses tingling. There has to be something valuable in it." Felix, as always, was talking nonsense. But Sylvester shared the enthusiasm and opened the cloth wrap first. Then he found a wooden box. It was red with a lot of golden embroideries, appearing extremely luxurious. "Whoa!" Alfor exclaimed. "Who would send me such a thing?" He quickly opened it, and 4 jaws fell to the floor. Chapter 51, The Pact of Brothers. Who sent me this?" Sylvester picked up the item from the wooden case. It appeared to be a spear, a very artistically made one with gold plating at the end and on the middle of the blade of the spear. It was narrow, with the top and the sides made of sharp steel, while its center was golden. Not only that, there appeared to be a blue ribbon attached to it. /in, look at it in this paracomment. "See, can I touch it?" Felix suddenly exclaimed as his face appeared to be struck by lightning. His eyes opened wide and his breathing quickened. "Sure." However, Felix kissed the spear instead, grossing everyone else out. "Are you all right, Felix? Do you have a fever? Should we take you to the infirmary?" Gabriel worriedly asked him. At that, Felix scoffed. "How could you 3 not recognize this thing? Look at it, the edges, the shape, the gold, the ribbon. This is the Spear of Infinity, the greatest spear ever made, once held by one of the 5 heroes of the 1,000-Year War, Wizard Knight Baron Elliot Harmond, also known as Elliot the Swift." Sylvester looked at the spear with interest and confusion. "It's that big of a deal. Then is this fake?" "Who knows, but I have a feeling this is not. Sylvester, this spear is a bloody legend and now you hold it. Do you know the story behind it? This ribbon attached belongs to the wife of the Baron, who was also a wizard, but she was killed by an orc tribe. So in her honor, Baron Elliot tied a piece of her cloth to his spear before cremating her and vowed to exterminate the tribe. And when he took action, he did much more than just extermination. Everyone in Sandwall County knows this legend. We kids are taught this from our birth by our nannies, and we strive to be a man as great as him. Amused, Sylvester took the spear back from Felix and felt it in his hands. He knew there were not many people who could have sent him this spear, and many was too big of a word even. Isn't this too short for a spear? Sylvester wondered as the spear was just a few inches taller than him. Felix scoffed. You naive child, it's called the Spear of Infinity for a reason. Baron Elliot was called Elliot the Swift because he could change the length of this pear as per his wishes. Nobody knows how long it can stretch, but the recorded peak length is 50 meters. I reckon it must get too heavy after that. Sylvester's mind instantly thought about a mythical being from his past world, Sun Wukong. How do I make it longer? He wondered while looking at Felix, hoping the boy would know for being a fanboy. But there was no reply from his end. Why would I know that? It was Baron Elliot's spear. Maybe his voice commanded, try saying something. Sylvester nodded and stood up while lifting the spear over his head in one hand. Keep suggesting me words, and I will repeat. Extend, Felix suggested. Extend. Longer, Marcus added. Longer. Stretch, Gabriel pitched. Stretchy. Erect, Felix started again. Air, never mind. Sylvester put the spear away and sat down. I will ask Sir Dolorum about it later, but if this thing is as great and precious as you say, then I'm afraid I'd have to keep it safe unless I am strong enough, or else someone might steal it or worse, kill me to take it. Sylvester understood the gravity of walking around with a big label on his head, telling people he had a precious treasure on him. Some may have the guts to attack even if he is from the church. After all, greed often blinds people's judgments. By the way, what happened to Bishop Norman? Gabriel inquired. Burned to crisp, Sylvester replied, but he noticed no pity or negative emotions from the boys. May his soul have some mercy, Gabriel prayed. I've seen too many people like him when I was a slave. They are short-sighted and greedy. It seems his sins had far outweighed his good deeds. You never tell us about your past. How was it like being a slave? Felix suddenly asked, being insensitive as he was, but it was understandable that he'd be interested, as he was surrounded by slaves all his life. Gabriel sighed and gave a summary of his life story. Well, I and my sister, Raven, were 4 when our parents died. The village chief initially cared for us, but he later started beating Raven and me for no reason. Thankfully, there was a healer lady kind enough to take Raven in. I searched for work but found none, so at the age of 6, I sold myself to a merchant first. Then I gave all the money to the healer to keep my sister fed and protected. I then worked as a porter for a while, but being too small, the merchant sold me to some lord. Life was hell there. The beating was an hourly occurrence. The lord, his kids, and even other older slaves would beat me. Many clergy members saw me but never helped, until one noticed I was using light magic to walk in the dark to deliver the Lord's message to the monastery. The rest is history. I just hope Raven stays safe and well fed. I don't care about being God's favored. As long as I can gain strength to protect my sister, I am happy. That's sad. Marcus felt lucky for at least having a family, no matter how poor it was. Felix, meanwhile, moved to Gabriel and patted his shoulder. My brother, as soon as we're done training here, come to Sandwall with me. I will get your sister a good house. My household is not the best place in Saul to live, but she will be safe. My house puts honor above everything else. Gabriel nodded, showing a radiant smile. Thank you, I will remember that. Sylvester was amazed at how this thin, red-haired, blue-eyed boy had suffered so much yet preserved his kind heart. We're all misfits, gathered not by choice but by chance. What are you smirking at? Marcus noticed a smile on Sylvester's face. Nothing, I was just thinking about how we all have a tragic story. You were poor, Gabriel was a slave, and I was a month-old baby about to be tossed into the fire. Solis really brought us together, it seems. Hey, why was I left out? Felix objected. Sylvester scoffed. You're a spoiled noble brat, you don't count. How dare you? I was forced to train from the day I started to walk, thrown into the desert to survive alone, and left in a jungle to spend the night. I was made to fight adult trainees at the age of 6. My father ensured every part of my body was made to wield the sword. I'm not the second son of Count Sandwall. I was never treated like one. I'm his fun little project, and the truth is, I have no interest in fighting. That raised the other three's brows. What do you mean? Sylvester exclaimed. Felix looked at his friends and wondered if they would judge him or laugh. He nervously brushed his black hair with his hand and looked down. I wanted to read books, write plays and stories, paint, and become an artist. I wanted to do something creative with colors, not blood. I know. It's a pansy dream to have, but it was all I had, all that my mother taught me before she left the world. Sylvester shook his head quickly. That's not a pansy dream, Felix. It's an honorable dream, especially in times when a man only thinks about either sin or prayer. We do need a third hobby to keep ourselves sane. But we must accept our reality and prepare for the worst, even if it means learning to paint with blood. Gabriel agreed. True, I heard from a few clergymen yesterday that darkness is coming. I don't know if that means something dark or war or if they were just talking about sunset. But there's a chance we will probably be fighting for something in the near future. If that happens, can we make a pact? What pact? Asked Marcus. Gabriel nervously moved in his seat and asked. I am not as strong as Sylvester and Felix, nor talented in moving as Marcus. So if something happens to me in the future, will you give my life savings to my sister and ensure she marries a good guy? Yeah, me too, Marcus chimed in. If the war begins, I'll be dead in months, so give my family all my money, will you? Well, if I died, I'd just be shamed by my father, and my ashes would be tossed in gutters, but I promise you too. Felix raised his hand to clasp. Sylvester, however, didn't say anything at first. I'm afraid my life's goal is to survive, to live. To think I will die, I can't even imagine it. But he could honor this little pact. Don't worry, you two. If something happens, all of us will add money from our own pockets and ensure your sister or family can live in peace forever. Do you have that kind of money? Felix narrowed his gaze. Smirking, Sylvester nodded. I have my ways. Meow. Why did you meow again? Marcus exclaimed. Do you want to clasp and seal the pact or not? Sylvester was quick to bring their focus back. Pa. Gabriel quickly put his palm on Sylvester's waiting fist, followed by Marcus and Felix. And just for visuals, Sylvester made some light come out. It's done. You three have sold me your souls now, he japed. But then he added, by the way, don't worry, Gabriel, if something happens to you, I'll marry your sister to our resident rich lord, Felix. Hey, I'm not up for the market, though. What does she look like? Felix intently looked at his friend. Gabriel's brows twitched, and he closed his eyes for a moment. O Lord, forgive me for I am about to sin. Fuck off, Felix. A little round of laughter soon ensued, as the four boys pulled each other's legs. Sylvester tried to bring some light to his dark heart, albeit sensing the future to be cloudier than ever. I don't know if all of us can survive till old age, but I hope we do. These boys may be a part of an evil church, but they sure are good at heart and deserve to live a happy life. That evening, Sylvester ate dinner at the dorms with his friends. But before he returned home, he went to his second home, the Inquisitor camp. The people there respected him, loved him, and cherished every word that came out of his mouth. Some have even asked him to name their newborn child somewhere far away. He reciprocated that respect by singing hymns from time to time, giving the Inquisition new marching songs. But today, he had a big wooden box on his back as he found Sir Dalaran resting inside his tent, still up and writing something in his journal. "Sir Dalaran, I have something to ask." He entered unannounced, as this was not the first time. "Master Maximilian, you should be home after seeing all the—" Sylvester cut him off with a chuckle. "Honestly, Sir Dalaran, nothing can be scarier than that bloodling." The knight chortled. "Ha, indeed, how may I be of help?" Sylvester quickly put the wooden box on the bedding and took out the spear. "I wish to thank the Inquisitor High Lord for this magnificent gift." "This is—" "Yes, the Spear of Infinity. Felix told me about it." But Sir Dalaran was still in shock. "Master Maximilian, Lord Inquisitor may have wished to grant it to you, but he does not have the authority." "Then who—" In an instant, Sylvester realized who the true patron for this gift was. Chapter 52, Let's Be Friends, Not. The world considered the 5 heroes of the Thousand-Year War to be legends. Their weapons, armor, or anything related to them was a treasure of the church. So the fact that Sylvester got the spear that belonged to one of them could not have been the work of someone low-ranking. "The Pope," Sylvester exclaimed. "This is likely because of your contribution. Because of what you did, we got Norman's confession, and he revealed the names of many high-level spies in the church. As we speak, they are either being burned, beheaded, or chased. What you have done for the faith is truly commendable." "The Pope thinks highly of me. Well, I do feed him candy every month." He thought and looked at the spear with interest. "Felix told me that this spear can extend to a great length. How do I do it?" he inquired. Sir Dalaran profoundly looked at the spear with respect for its last wielder and felt that Sylvester having it was respectful to its legacy. "It's not easy to control it, Master Maximilian. This spear is ancient. None know who created it. To use it, one needs to have mastery over the sub-branch of Earth element, called metal manipulation. Only then can you extend it. However, even if you can't extend it, there's something else you can focus on. This spear has some magical properties. For example, it can generate blue fire, which is highly destructive when throwing the spear on an enemy such as an orc with thick skin, or a stone golem that the dwarves can summon. Besides that, this spear is supposed to be light enough to give you fast movability. So if you can master it, this can be a great companion in your many conquests to come." Sylvester was truly curious about these weapons. Of course, he was aware of his high wizardly talent, which would be his primary focus in the future. But as he also had the highest knight talent, he wanted a versatile weapon like a spear that he could use for both short and long-range battles, since depending on Solarium for all long-range attacks wouldn't be a good choice considering the chances of Solarium depletion. "Do you know where I can learn metal manipulation? I am truly interested in this spear," he asked. "That will be hard to do, Master Maximilian. These sub-branches of elements are rare. Even rarer are the people who have mastered them, but there should be someone out there with such knowledge. It would be best if you ask your headmaster about it. He knows nearly every clergyman that studied in the School of Dawn in the past 100 years. If there's someone with the mastery over metal manipulation ability, the headmaster would know this person," Sir Dalaran advised. "I guess it's time to use that token to meet the old man." Having his answers, he decided to head home as it was getting late. "I will see you tomorrow then, Sir Dalaran. At least you can teach me how to wield the spear. After all, sharp fangs are useless if I know not how to use them." "It will be an honor." "Good night, then." Sylvester walked towards his home while talking with Muraj. He disliked that he could not publicly speak to the cat that always remained on his shoulder, but this was for the best. You need to learn how to fight too, Chonky. Once we're out of this school, who knows what work we will be assigned, he advised. Muraj was yawning sheepishly. How do I learn? I've got no friends to play fight with. I will, every day after school, I will teach you for an hour. Your job will be to dodge my moves and claw my neck. Remember, if you can kill your enemy with one strong blow, do it. Don't worry, Makesy, I will eat whoever troubles you, Muraj promised. What a nice cheat. Sighing, he arrived home and prepared for another round of questions, as Xavier will ask about the spear. Life in the Holy Land was peaceful. You say the Lord's name and work daily, and that's it. The season of Solis was at its peak. The 2 months were the period of the festival. People came to the Holy Land in thousands every day, bringing gifts as per what they could afford. The church never asked people to give money in return for blessings, as the church was strong enough already to hold various businesses. So instead of the people, the nobles had to pay taxes to the faith so monasteries could run efficiently. Also, the church provided security to various lands, so there was no lack of income, and due to this, a man donating a little pouch of grains and a man donating a sack of gold was equal in the eyes of the Holy Land. The mere experience of visiting the Holy Land was ethereal for people, as holy hymns were chanted day and night inside and around the Magna Sanctum, the largest sun temple in the world. But the 2 months were profitable for Holy Land in other ways, as various shops and businesses would open on the outskirts. It was an excellent way for not only the many talented clergymen to sell their talents, but also helped nearby villages and towns earn. The footfall was enough to earn everyone something. So it was expected that Sylvester would wish to go there and spend some money. He had a lot of it anyway. Also, he hoped to get to spend his black money mainly. But first came the classes for the 2nd year in school. In year 2, not much had changed except for the addition of a few subjects and the runes mentor. Other than that, officially, the study of holy magic began, as that was an essential skill for fighting evil. The basics of exorcism were also being taught, along with full-fledged brainwashing done by the mentor of religious studies, Archbishop Noah. Sylvester attentively listened to everything in today's class, as the current political state of the church was being revealed, mainly about whom the faith was in conflict with. Archbishop Noah, the old wrinkly man, spoke zealously. The might of Solis is primarily unchallenged, but a few still do not appreciate the light, so we must be prepared to show them our might. Most of you may have guessed that the enemies of the church were only in the Bisteria continent, but that's untrue. We have enemies much closer, enemies so vile it would make your skin crawl. One of them is the heathens of the divine desert, the desert cannibals. Then there are the heathens of the Pentepak mountain range, the mountain tribes. These tribes do not have leaders and are divided among themselves. But that's what makes them frightening, as the thought of the heathens banding together leaves the strongest of armies with cold feet. Mentor, all of a sudden a boy raised his hand. It was none other than Rommel. Mentor, why don't we eradicate them then? Sylvester and his friends scoffed at the naive questions. It was clear that since Norman was gone, Rommel was trying to show himself to be smart, and even stay away from Sylvester, since Rommel used to try to bully him earlier. Not only that, Rommel had bullied a few deacons to quit some even by breaking arms or legs during various training. Bishop Norman used to protect him before, but sad for him, now his stars had misaligned. The answer is obvious. We have more significant wars to fight. The desert cannibals consider their desert sacred and only wish for our resources, not our lands. At the same time, mountain tribes are used to cold weather and can't survive in the south. And we know that our enemies in the east are much stronger. Can someone tell me the names of the greatest enemies of the faith? Archbishop Noah asked. Felix lifted his hand. Mentor, it's Dwarf King Gildrer Ironcloak. Haha, good try, but you are 5 decades too late. Before the end of the war, we were able to bring Gildrer to the embrace of holy fire. His son, Gallagher Ironcloak, now rules the majority of dwarves. However, this is not the only greatest enemy. There are many more, such as Beast King, Berzer Fang Brightbeard, Elf King, Rathagun Zeke Eldarin, King of Giants, Fortius Growlithe, Mer Queen, Norara Min. These are just the greatest few. Then there are the unknown Werewolf Alpha Suprema, Vampire Prime, Goblin Elders, Orc Father, Centaurs, Trolls, Dragons, and many more. Not only that, these names may be the leaders of the majority factions with their race, but many more factions of the same race exist. So you can consider each race like a kingdom here and each leader among them as a lord. And we are to purge all of them. Sylvester did not ask but instead made a statement. This brought great joy to the old man, who already considered Sylvester the true God's favored. Haha, that would be the last option, Deacon Sylvester. No, our first solution is to bring them to Lord's light, make them change their hearts. Then it seems I need to get better at singing my hymns. Sylvester jokingly added and relaxed back in the seat. Archbishop Noah was his favorite mentor, so he did such things to leave an impression. Indeed, your hymns have the power to do the impossible. But remember, when words fail, arms must remain ready to answer. With this, the class is over. Go out and eat lunch. The Archbishop left soon after. Sylvester quickly got up. Let's go. I want to go to the Pilgrims' Festival. Let's eat something there. Food's on me. Finally, it won't be me paying. Felix rejoiced and got ready in an instant. However, Sylvester was not done, as he had another person in mind to take along, someone he wished to bring under his thumb, someone who was trying to hide from him. Rommel, my friend, won't you come to the Pilgrims' Festival with us? He called the boy. In an instant, Rommel's face fell, and his terrified eyes looked left and right for an escape. Worse was the fact that the two peak talent boys, Louis Hermington and Griffin Blaziken, who used to be Rommel's lackeys, had left his side. I am sorry, Deacon Sylvester, I didn't mean tea. Sylvester interrupted by pulling the boy close and putting his arm around the dirty, ashen blonde-haired boy's shoulder. That's fine, Rommel. It was all a misunderstanding. I know that. It's better if all of us strongest deacons stay together as brothers. After all, one day, we might have to fight the heathens alongside. Rome's face lit up instantly. Yes, you're right, so let's be friends. A little help is worth much more for the wretched. That was Rommel's condition as of now. Great, then let's go. Ah, Deacon Augustus, join us too. He was also called the factionless deacon, the more the merrier. Sylvester's strategy with Rommel was simple. The easiest way to break someone's mind and make them subservient was to befriend them, make them feel comfortable, and then slowly push their comfort zone by making them do terrible things. Then, those terrible things will gradually become normal, and all they will know would be to follow orders, turning them into great servants. Rommel was, above all, a loner at this point. He sought new friendships, some assurance and validation, and he was going to find it with Sylvester. With a kind smile hiding the wickedness inside, Sylvester planned to break Rommel's mind. The friendship he was offering was not going to be free. Thankfully, to extract the right price, the School of Dawn was there to ensure Rommel could never flee. Chapter 53, Search for Teacher. This was the first time Sylvester was getting to see so much economic activity. The last time he went to the capital of Gracia Kingdom, he was a month old and slept most of the time. After that, he never entered the city and bypassed it to reach his destination. The festival appeared to be something straight out of some fantasy. He just felt much more connected and comfortable walking around now. There were shops selling souvenirs, robes, pendants, food, and books. There were also a few blacksmiths, but they were not allowed to sell weapons, but only household tools or any new inventions. There were also jewelers in neat silk-decorated shops. The whole festival grounds were surrounded by a temporary wall erected by earth wizards of the Holy Army, and security was their responsibility too. The boys walked in the busy street, while various loud hawkers shouted to sell their products. Come here, get yourself the best silk anywhere. Tasty fresh spice milk. Get your latest compilation of Bard's hymns. Wait a minute. Sylvester stopped as soon as he heard the last hawker. Is someone selling my hymns? He quickly went to the shop and found a clergy member selling it. It was a middle-aged man of apprentice rank according to his rank plate. Can I get a copy of the hymns? He asked the man. The man noticed the rank plate of Sylvester and was shocked it was higher than his own, despite the latter being a kid. The clergyman happily passed a copy. It costs 100 gold graces, but no price for the men of faith here. Sylvester was none to argue with and took the free booklet with him. He quickly opened it to see and soon confirmed that the hymns were his from the first to the most recent one. But he noticed something. Holy Soulies, are these people copying books by hand? Don't they have a magical way to do it? I think he's satisfying his ego, Felix commented with Marcus, loud enough that Sylvester could hear. I was just ensuring they wrote the hymns correctly. He scoffed and quickly stopped an old, poor-looking pilgrim walking by. May the holy light enlighten your paths. I do not need this book of hymns, for I remember them all. Please keep it. The man happily took the book and kissed it as if it were some treasure. It was understandable, as books were too expensive since they were hand-copied and hence were too valuable and unaffordable by most. Sylvester moved away, aiming to eat something as it was their lunch break. So they soon selected one clean-looking food shop with some tables outside and sat down to eat. It was too empty for some reason, but they didn't care and got themselves hot milk, 2 boiled eggs, and big, thick roasted chicken breasts. Rommel, come here. Why sit so far away from us? Sylvester called the now meek prince of Riveria. The poor boy had lost his security umbrella. Rommel silently walked over to Sylvester and sat beside him on a long wooden bench. Tea, thank you. Sylvester read the boy's body language and sensed the chills of fear in his mouth. This boy, he needs to get comfortable before I can command him. If you don't like what you eat, get something else to eat. It's my treat, he added. Then they got to eating like madmen because being deacons in training, especially as God's favored, their classes were harsher and squeezed every ounce of energy from their bodies daily. Yes, basking under sunlight did refill their bodies with celerium, but they still needed protein, iron, and calcium from other food. Gabriel, please give me your written material from incantation class. I think I made a mistake while writing, Marcus asked. What's the matter with you? You make so many mistakes even when copying from the board, Gabriel annoyedly muttered while stuffing his mouth. Marcus sighed sadly. I don't know. I was never good at writing and I sometimes jumble up the words and inverse them. I think my brain is damaged. Dyslexia, Sylvester thought of instantly. But sadly, he was in a world where they neither had the time nor the means to help something like this. It could be something related to the brain, but as long as you can memorize and read, it's okay. I will give you my notes after classes every day. Sylvester offered, as his memory was good enough to memorize what happens in class. And try writing with your finger in the air to practice. My brother, you are the best. Here, take this egg then. Marcus offered a boiled egg from his plate that Sylvester was paying for. Why do you sit here? Move away, you are dirty. Out of nowhere, a red-haired boy appeared, about 5 years old, in fine silk clothing of an aristocrat. He pointed at Sylvester and the group. Is this boy talking to us? Felix wondered as he looked left and right. Yes, I'm talking to you. My daddy says I must not sit with filthy lowlifes because I am heir to his country. You mean county, Sylvester quickly corrected while holding his laughter. but the rest of the boys couldn't and burst into laughter. Ufda. Behada kuntwai. He, even Rommel chuckled a little. Boy, I am the son of Count Sandwall, and all of us are God's favored candidates. You think you are nobler than us? Felix barked back soon after. And I am the crown prince of Riveria Kingdom, Rommel meekly added. Ah, Robin. Just then a man with an adult face matching the boy appeared and caught the boy. He then apologized quickly before running away. Forgive the child, respected clergy. I shall teach him better. He's not going to teach him, is he? Marcus muttered. Rommel nodded and scoffed. He's Count Regalia from Riveria. That boy is his first son after 43 daughters from 8 wives. So the boy is spoiled and will never be taught anything. Classic young lord. Sylvester stopped eating and awkwardly glanced at Rommel. The boy who was born from selective breeding, the Riveria king, did with a witch to make a strong boy. Buddy, that's some next-level projection. Let's just head back. What? For the rest of the day, they studied holy magic and exorcism's basics. As expected, runes were heavily involved in this study, which now made sense why they had to learn them in the first year. But after the class, Sylvester had decided to meet the headmaster to talk about learning metal manipulation, or at least finding someone who knew how to do it. So he used his one-time token to meet the man. The office of the headmaster was on the 9th floor at the end of one of the lobbies, which had no rooms on the sides. So he went all the way to the one closed door. It was large, 5 times his height, and was made of golden metal with beautiful engravings and carvings of flowers and vines. How do I call him now? Sylvester found nothing to knock with, so he used his hands. However, something stopped him. Stop right there, little one. Do you wish to meet the headmaster? The door spoke. Sylvester looked closely at the voice in front of him. I'm here. This time he noticed that the door appeared to have 2 eyes, one on each side. They blended well due to the same color, but now as they blinked, he noticed. Headmaster. No, I am but a door. Let me tell you the story of the Holy Father, the Pope who installed me here to serve the headmasters. How do I shut it up? Sylvester wondered, because as much as he may be interested in the gate, he was getting late for his short 1-hour sessions of spear training with Sir Dolorum. Then he also had to return home since Xavia was going to cook honey-baked bread. I have a one-time token, so let me through, respected door. Ah, are you not interested? Well, another time then. Now just put that token into my mouth and then you may enter. Just like how the eyes appeared, a carved mouth took form on the door and opened itself. Sylvester put the coin-like token in and saw it melt away. Whoosh, the door automatically opened with that. Sylvester entered curiously while looking around. But soon, he couldn't help but hold his jaw from dropping. The place was too big, as if he was not in a room on a floor but a castle. The ceiling was higher than it should be, and the windows were enormous compared to what they appeared from the outside. The whole room was decorated with various art pieces on the wall and in glass cases on short columns. The red carpet with golden embroidery covered all the space, with green plants here and there. Then, at the end of the long hall was a single small shining wooden table, beyond which the headmaster was sitting, smoking something with a pipe and reading something. Sylvester quickly saluted in the church's crossed arms style. Headmaster Cardinal Brightson, I am Deacon Sylvester Maximilian. Come in, lad. I was waiting for when you'd use your token. Usually, all others would use it in the first week after getting it, and you kept me waiting for more than a year. The headmaster chirped, not appearing like the man of authority that he should have been. But Sylvester knew better not to believe what he saw. Powerful men often show themselves as someone humble. It's a classic trope. I never felt stuck in my education, headmaster, until now, but it's more of a favor than needing help with a concept, he respectfully stated. The old man nodded and closed the book he was reading, and that is. Sylvester did not bring the spear, but he reckoned the man knew he had received it. "Headmaster, I received the spear of infinity that once belonged to the late hero, Baron Elliot. I wish to learn how to use its abilities, but I need a mentor for metal manipulation. Unfortunately, I could not find anyone in the Holy Land with such mastery." The old headmaster rubbed his bead and smoked the pipe in silence. He appeared to recall the names of all the students during his tenure. "This one's going to be tough. Metal manipulation is too extreme and rare. If it were sand manipulation or lava manipulation, it would have been easy." "So is there nobody?" Sylvester inquired. "I never said that, but if you must learn it, you might have to wait years because that man will not likely come here to teach you. I vividly remember him. What a cheerful lad. He is from the Highland Kingdom, currently the Viscount Gordon Mineworth." Sylvester raised an eyebrow. A viscount was just one rank above baron, and the church could even order kings around, so why not this? Why can't he possibly bless me with his knowledge here? Headmaster sighed and looked out of the giant window at the landscape of the Pope's Peninsula, the view of Magna Sanctum clear from there. "Well, besides his lordly duties of running the iron mines in his lands, he's a cripple." Chapter 54, Rank. "A cripple, damn my luck," Sylvester cursed silently. Ever since he was born, the only good thing that happened was that he had a very high talent. Other than that, there had been no easy games for him. Being bullied by a mentor, almost dying to a dark creature in a cave, heck, he was even almost burnt in the first month of his life. "Should I go to him to learn after school is over?" Sylvester asked. "That depends on what profession you take, as that will define your ability to travel. You could become an administration worker who works from the Holy Land. You can become a traveling preacher. You can become an administration worker who manages the areas outside the Holy Land. You can also become an inquisitor, holy man of arms, or a holy inspector, who investigates crimes against the faith, or a clergyman across the continent." Sylvester fell into thought, wondering which path to take. Clearly, he can never amass great wealth and spend it as long as he lived in the Holy Land. So going out was always his plan, but what else could he do? Inquisitors were great but would need him to stay with the army. The Holy Army was the same. "I should carefully examine all these professions and decide by the end of the 8th year." "Thank you, headmaster. I will think about what profession to take. And may I send Viscount Harmond a letter? I will try to invite him. If he can't come, I will ask permission to learn from him in the future." He inquired, wishing to write a letter to entice the man, after all, who does not want to be his mentor. "You can, and I will send you the address of the Viscount by my assistant." Sylvester decided to leave, as the time to train with Sir Dolorum was coming, and he reckoned the headmaster must be an extremely busy man, as even meeting him was so hard. "Thank you, headmaster. I will take my leave now." With that, he left the sizable, unusual office of the man on the verge of becoming a grand wizard. Sylvester couldn't help but sometimes awe at the pure destruction these old men can cause, but the only thing holding them back is that there is always someone with a bigger stick. But that made him think about the Pope, the man supposedly the strongest on the continent. Who is he afraid of? Sylvester then headed to meet Sir Dolorum and get his spear training done. The location they had decided was not the Inquisitor camp. Instead, it was the terrace of the Bright Mother's building, the good old place where it all started. First, memorize the movements necessary for wielding the spear. The last mistake you want to make in a battle is to hit yourself mistakenly. Remember, a spear is different from a sword, for its length can be your boon and bane. Just like how you practice chopping the air to make your muscles remember the movement while learning sword arts, you need to do the same with the spear. But instead of chopping, you must learn how to spin the spear in your hands. Once you master that, your body shall automatically know how to move it. Sir Dolorum gave his initial instructions and showed an example using a simple spear. Even Sylvester had a simple spear, as he felt the spear of infinity was too precious to be kept outside when he couldn't even wield it. This is going to be easy. I don't know how to use spears, but I did learn how to use a fighting stick. He thought and carefully tried to spin the spear over his head. The twin moons were already shining in the sky, uninterrupted by any clouds, as the season of Solis usually has clean skies for 2 months. There was enough light for the mentor and student to train. There was a strange relationship between them, where Sir Dalaran was officially a servant of Sylvester. Instead, he considered himself the guardian, wishing to see the boy reach great heights. For Sylvester, Sir Dalaran was a respectful man he could somewhat trust, but it was clear that he would never trust anyone completely, maybe Xavia, because the woman was his mother. But even then, some little traces of doubts always lingered since she had not revealed his ancestry yet. He kept repeating one motion again and again, spinning the spear over his head on the sides and the back with his hands. It was like boxing, where you teach your body to move so the reactions appear natural. This was the same. But his advantage was that he didn't need to train his mind this time. Thankfully, he did not forget the past experiences. After an hour of basic first-day training, Sylvester returned home as Muraj had come to inform him that the food was ready. As soon as he entered, his nose moved like Muraj's. The aroma of sweetness from the newly baked honey bread was exhilarating. He did not know why, but in this life, he just loved honey for some reason. "I will help." He quickly helped Xavia to lay the table. She chuckled, seeing him zoom past. "He, now you help your mother. Oh well, it seems that God's favored has been corrupted by honey." Sylvester briefly laughed in response. "It was you who let me taste it at the mere age of 7 days. So, Mum, I'd say you're equally responsible." Xavia sighed while putting food on his plate. "You truly have one good head and mouth, always have something to argue with." "They do call me the Bard." He chirped and started eating, of course, giving secret food to Muraj at the same time as he sat on his lap with dreamy eyes. With baked honey bread, they ate a kind of milk dish, cooked with rice and some flavorful spices such as cardamom and sugar. It was a simple yet tasty dish to eat. One may call it poor people's food, but Sylvester immensely enjoyed it. "Mum, let's go to Pilgrim's Festival tomorrow. It's the last day of the season of Solis, and we only have classes for half of the day. We should buy ourselves some items to decorate this little home," he suggested, as he had noticed their 2-bedroom home looked a bit too empty. Other than the beds and one dining table, they had nothing else. Even his cradle was given away to the poor. Xavia quickly agreed, wishing to spend quality time with her dear son. "Let's do it then. I will ask for some time from the healer's sick bay. I do wish to buy some kitchen utensils now. The old ones are mostly broken." "Let's get the steel ones," Sylvester suggested. However, Xavia looked at him with doubt and disappointment. "Sweetie, you need to be more careful with your money. Poor folks use clay pots. We can't afford the mighty steel just to cook and eat." "Ah, I forgot we were officially poor." He remembered and nodded. "But Mum, we have the money now. Also, steel utensils last long, years actually. In contrast, the clay ones can break at any time, so let's try to find them at a good price tomorrow first." "That we can do, but no promises." With agreement reached, they ate dinner heartily until they could no longer. That evening, Sylvester went to his room and lit up a light stone to read and write. He wrote some vague goals he needed to reach, and good thing he knew Russian, so he used that language as his secret code. He could have used English, but sadly it had too many similarities with the language of the Saul continent he lived in. I have written some good hymns, but they feel lacking in charm. Maybe I should try to make a violin. That's all I know how to play, but making it will be tough as finding the right wood, angles, and other details take time." But he reckoned it could be an excellent hobby for the coming years. as he'd have less to do due to living in the safety of the Holy Land. In the coming few days, nothing eventful occurred. No mentor at the school found problems with him, so Sylvester mainly focused on his studies, training, and brainwashing Rommel. To have the crown prince of a nation as his personal mindless slave was a boon in many ways. He only had to keep the facade of friendship going. As on any ordinary day, he arrived at the classroom and found there were fewer deacons now than yesterday. He sighed as he knew the reason very well. "More gone," he remarked as he took his seat in the middle of Felix and Gabriel, as he was the de facto leader of the little group, the brains behind them. One of them was leaving but prompted a chain reaction, and 3 more left. So now there are only 11 deacons left. But it's good because now only the strong ones are left in the class, those who can keep up with the studies, Marcus commented. Sylvester looked around. The boys with high talents were still there, proving that they would not be disqualified no matter what, as anyone with a chance of becoming a grand wizard is a blessing to the church's future. I need to start focusing on leveling up. I've been stuck at Adept Ranks level 5 for a while now. Just a little more and I can become a master wizard. Sylvester thought and couldn't help but feel enthusiastic because ranking up meant getting stronger. "What mission did you take for this year's quest?" Gabriel inquired. Sylvester was not acting dumb as he did in the last quest. He just took the job with the highest reward before, but now he read the quest details and tried to gauge its difficulty with the amount of money offered. He didn't even look at jobs that were about exercising. Instead, he chose jobs that required helping villages with their drought, rain, or construction. He took some hunting jobs, too, as wild animals, even as big as giant bears, were manageable. "I took the job of helping the construction of a new monastery and village in the new settlement near the coast of Gracia Kingdom. I will go there and sing some hymns and get all the needed admiration from people." However, the job was not as easy as it sounded because the village once used to be a bustling town, but was burned down in the Thousand-Year War. So now the lands were purified, and the foundation for the new monastery had been laid so a new village could be started. But they needed more help, hence the quest. Sylvester had reasoned that there was no point in risking life. Instead, his goal was to pass all the tests with the least amount of effort. "That's great," said Gabriel. "I'm going to a large farm to milk some cows. They are having a lot of manpower shortages these days to tame their animals. My brother set up a job for me that I took. It's to go home, spar with other young kids, and teach them." Felix added, making everyone envious because Felix would most likely enjoy his days as if holidays. "I envy you so much, my fat lordship," Marcus barked. "Here, I'm stuck with the job of working in a bakery in Green City as an additional hand. They need someone who can use magic." "Great, all of them have taken easy jobs this time. There should not be any danger to their lives," Sylvester muttered, appreciating that everyone had learned their lesson. Even the school had learned their lesson this time, so they allowed them to choose their quests before the year-end exams. "Let's head to the arena today to spar and prepare for the upcoming tests," Sylvester suggested. "Great, let's go," they all agreed in an instant. "Stay seated. I will start the class quickly. Today, you will learn about the exorcism trap seal used to trap the evil creature." Just then, the exorcism mentor entered, wearing his iconic dark hood, looking so pale that everyone wondered if he even had blood in his body. Nothing was boring in most classes, and Sylvester enjoyed it all. So before he even knew it, the class was over, and he was standing with the boys in the arena, ready to send out magic. They had done this many times and were masters in managing to coordinate their fight now. Rules are the same. No harmful spell, use of arms and legs is permitted. "Felix, you can't use physical weapons, both of us banned from night spars. Sir Baldfreak wants us to first grow, and no kicking in the family jewels. Sylvester repeated the rules. Haha, it seems you have not forgotten the mishap. Felix mockingly chuckled as he was the one who hit Sylvester there mistakenly. Let's go. In an instant, everyone used their mastery to start a four-way fight. Felix used his fire to create a semi-ring around his back and focused on Sylvester and Gabriel at his front. Being proficient in earth and air as well, he first made the chunks of earth float above, and then sent them as projectiles towards Sylvester and Gabriel. Bam! Sylvester blocked with a light shield and sent out a little tornado of air towards Gabriel. The religious boy was thrown into the air and spun around crazily while screaming. Sylvester used his greater experience to overcome problems. They were not fighting one person at a time, but each member simultaneously, but the boys seemed to forget that every time. Sylvester used hardened light magic to make a staircase to gain some height and attack Felix, who stood behind a wall of fire. But he first focused on Marcus, since he was completely distracted by Felix. Steam Screen. Using this move, he created a large field of steam with fire and water from runes. The steam instantly covered everything, letting Sylvester crawl to Marcus. Bam! He spun his kick low and made Marcus drop. Then, without stopping, he jumped on Marcus and tapped on the boy's neck, signifying the latter would have died by now if it was a real fight. Haha, you can't win, Felix, Sylvester taunted. Felix started to use the fire to throw out fireballs at Sylvester, but Sylvester merely made himself a light magic cocoon that covered him from all around. It was small and good enough to handle Felix's strikes. Then he walked straight into the fire around Felix and reached him. Pa, he smacked Felix on the head, showing he won once again. You three lack creativity. Gabriel was so easy to deal with. He was not even seeing me. Marcus was unaware of his surroundings and forgot his fight was not just with Felix. And Felix, you trapped yourself in your ring of fire as you don't have a water element. Yeah, I understood that, but a bit too late. Felix embarrassingly accepted his fault. Sylvester was not done. You still could have stopped the fire by using the air element to create a negative pressure on the fire. Wait, however, Felix constantly stared at Sylvester's rank plate, not listening to anything. Why is this blinking? Sylvester quickly looked down only to notice his rank plate pulsating in a warm golden light. The slates of Adept Wizard rank had disappeared too, and now there was nothing. He instantly felt warmth rising in his body, his breath started to get faster, and his face turned red. But even with all that, he couldn't help but feel excited. Am I about to? Chapter 55, Master Wizard. Is it happening? Am I ranking up? Sylvester exclaimed excitedly. Immediately Marcus and Gabriel also got up and huddled near Sylvester, and stared at the rank plate in friendly envy. For Sylvester, the feelings were full of strangeness. He felt as if his body was being inflated, but nothing appeared on the outside. Instead, he felt the blood in his veins become heavier, the strength in his body increase, and the concentration of solarium skyrocket. What does ranking up do to a body? He wondered loudly. Whoa, look, your veins on your face are shining in white light, Gabriel pointed. Sylvester did feel warm on his face as if someone had slapped him 1,000 times, and now he was numb. But all he could do was silently wait, hoping the whole thing would stop soon. But it did not and lasted half an hour, taking away the entire time they had fixed for sparring. Sylvester kept his eyes on his rank plate on the chest and noticed the new rank appearing. There were 3 long silver patches instead of 2 bronzes. Then he felt a ting in his head ring once, signifying his rank level was 1. But he was already elated. I just became a master wizard. What was your rank when we started our school? Felix inquired because he was just an apprentice during the start and only got to the adept rank in the middle of his 2nd year. Well, when I started, I was on Adept level 2, then by the end of the first year's quest, I was at level 4, and this whole year I was stuck at level 5. So only now did I rank up. It took too long, actually. He replied and thought about his magical talent. But this made him remember the many other clergy members he had seen in the past 2 years. Most were not above Adept or Master Wizard ranks, although they looked bald and old. This meant that he was powerful for his age. Felix nodded in understanding. Well, you have the talent to be the highest, supreme wizard, so it makes sense. I can be an arch-wizard at most, so I will level up slower while my knight rank is climbing fast. What's your knight rank? Sylvester asked as all gods favored candidates' rank plates were gold, and knight's rank appeared only on the silver plate. I'm not telling you unless you tell yours. Of course, Felix was interested in Sylvester's rank, as both shared the same talent in this field. Then I guess we will never know about it. Sylvester was not going to give up his hidden advantage. Marcus interrupted them and put his hands on Sylvester's shoulder to shake him. Can we talk about you becoming a master wizard? You are of the same rank as Archpriest Edmund. Yes, but he can most likely beat me with his vast magical experiences. Not to mention, he is an archpriest while we're still deacons. Sylvester retorted, knowing it was best never to let this power get to his head. Should we report to someone? Gabriel inquired. This was indeed a confusion. Sylvester didn't know how big of a deal it was to rank up and if there was any standard procedure after ranking up. I will go and meet Archpriest Edmund and see you in the dorms later. I will stay with you guys tonight. So Sylvester quickly gathered all his items and headed to the administrative office on the ground floor. It was nearly time for all mentors and staff to head out, so he rushed in. "Mentor, look!" he exclaimed as soon as he entered. However, he erased the fake smile from his face as a man he didn't wish to see was sitting opposite Archpriest Edmund. It was an old man with a long white beard and hair. His eyes appeared to be light yellowish green, and on his head was a gold crown with many large stones. He recognized him from his first day in Magna Sanctum many years ago. What is the king of Riveria doing here? Did Rommel complain about me to his father? He silently wondered. Your Highness Riveria, this is Deacon Sylvester Maximilian, your son's classmate. Archpriest was introduced quickly. The old man got up, appearing weak as he had a hunched back. The wrinkles on the face made it clear the man had one foot in the grave, making it more beneficial to control Rommel for Sylvester. Of course, the famous Deacon Sylvester, I know about him. The man walked to Sylvester and patted his shoulder while glaring into his golden eyes. How can I forget the gifts the young deacon has bestowed upon us? Sylvester looked back with firm eyes, as he knew showing fear only strengthens the enemy. But at the same time, contrary to the smile plastered on King Riveria's face, he was smelling the bitterness of hate, a strong one. Take care, Deacon Sylvester. The church has many hopes for you. Come to River City to my palace when you visit the Riveria Kingdom. I am not boasting when I say we have the best cuisine in Saul. King Riveria turned to Archpriest Edmund. I shall take my leave then, Archpriest. It's time for my visit to the Holy Father. Thank you for allowing me to meet my son. And thank you, Deacon Sylvester, for taking care of my son. As the man left, Sylvester felt confused for the first time, as he sensed no lies from the man's ending words. Did Rommel not tell him about my actions? Strange, has my brainwashing been too good? Why you have ranked up, Archpriest Edmund shouted in shock all of a sudden. King Riveria paused for a mere second before continuing to leave. No one knew what went on in his mind, but Sylvester put a mental note to be more careful if he was ever in Riveria. Yes, Archpriest, I just ranked up and came to tell you about it. Do I need to register myself anywhere? Sylvester inquired. The Archpriest was too excited, however, as he rejoiced. It took me 80 years to get to the rank of Master Wizard, Deacon Sylvester, and you are merely 9 years old. I can't believe what I am seeing. And don't worry about any registration. I will take care of it. But I must go and tell this news to the headmaster first. You can go and stay in the dorms. If we need you, we shall call. Archpriest hurriedly left to the top floor. This man is more excited than me. No wonder the most powerful and talented kids turn out to be spoiled brats. These adults are enablers. He thought and headed to the nearby sick bay to inform Xavier about his ranking. He reckoned the woman deserved to share some excitement. So he promised her that he'd celebrate his promotion the next day. But Xavier insisted on something else and told him to bring his friends to their home. Eventually, Sylvester got the permission, and for the first time he took Felix, Marcus, and Gabriel to his home and introduced his mum. At first, the three were shy of the woman, too beautiful to be a bright mother. But when they looked at Sylvester, they nodded instinctively and understood where Sylvester got all his handsomeness. But they wondered what his father looked like, yet they didn't ask, knowing it was too insensitive. So they slowly opened up and talked and laughed in Sylvester's home. Xavier just enjoyed listening to all the noise at home, something she missed from days long gone. Here you go, I made a baked sweet bread cake with cream and honey. Xavier presented them with her finest show of cooking yet. Sylvester did not even know cakes could be made like this. Of course, it was not really a cake in the modern sense, as the cream was not whipped cream but rather a simple layer of milk-like thing. But it looked tasty. Whoa, I've never seen such a thing. May I know how to make it, Mother Xavier? I want to make it for my sister when I return home. Gabriel was quick to make a wish. Even Felix was amazed. This looks tasty. However, there was no cake cutting or such a thing, and neither did Sylvester want it. He simply cut one bite and aimed it at Xavier's mouth since it would make her happy. The woman always gave him the taste and smell of unconditional motherly love ever since he was born, so he liked her as a person too. You should be the first one to eat. Ayay, my Max. As expected, her heart melted, and she hugged him without reservation, letting the boys chuckle. Sylvester knew he would get his leg pulled later, but he could do it better against them. Let's eat then. So they all ate like cows, being the strong boys they were. Then they crammed into Sylvester's room to sleep. As he turned off the candles, Sylvester made a wish for all. I hope Solis helps you all become a master wizard too. Gabriel agreed. Amen, Sylvester. I hope I can quickly get stronger and one day return home with enough power to never have to worry about food or roof. Make my raven happy. And money, I need money to get my family out of poverty. They are basically semi-slaves at this point, destroying their bodies in the fields of a minor lord, added Marcus. Sylvester agreed with them. They needed money as much as he did. And like him, they were also looking for a better, safer life. As long as you stick by me, I can assure you we will make money. But for now, good night. Sylvester didn't elaborate further and closed his eyes as his plans were still just plans. However, unexpected things come in various shapes and forms as the following day. They all woke up with loud knocks on the door. Xavier went to check, and a knight appeared, shouting immediately. Deacon Sylvester Maximilian is required to see His Holiness. Xavier's heart nearly exploded from the abrupt shouting. Chapter 56, So Long. Deacon Sylvester Maximilian is required to see His Holiness at 6. Please accept this invitation letter, Brighter Mother. It was still too early in the morning, but it seemed people at the highest office did not sleep. Xavier took the letter that summoned Sylvester. She quickly ran into Sylvester's room and woke all the boys up. What did you do? Is this because of the ranking? Or did you misbehave? She asked. It was expected for a mother to worry when the supposed strongest being in the world called him. Sheepishly, he took the letter and read it. After a few lines, his sleep was gone. The letter is signed by the headmaster, Mum. It's likely due to my ranking. Don't worry, I will go there on time. On time? Get up, take a bath, and put on a new pair of robes. She quickly pulled him out of bed and threw him out to go and take a bath. Thankfully, he now had a private bath as he was big enough for other brighter mothers to feel conscious about him using the same bathroom. He also dragged the three with him and got ready. His meeting was scheduled an hour before school began, so he left early. While the boys headed to the school, he headed to the Pope's palace, a long walk away. Is he going to praise me? He wondered. As he arrived at the long stairs of the palace, the guards stood stiffly, as if saluting him. He reckoned they still remembered him from when the Inquisitor High Lord brought him. One of the staff members soon pointed him in the right direction. Then just outside the Pope's office, the Pope's assistant greeted him and let him in with no trouble as he had the invitation letter. There was no security check or such, but could anyone be threatening the old man? Wouldn't that just be a form of suicide? Candy, he greeted the old man with the usual candy. This was a tradition among them since he was small, and if it kept the Pope kind to him, he'd do it no matter how embarrassed he felt. "Haha, come in, Sylvester, take a seat," the Pope voiced, sounding old and wise as always. This was the first time Sylvester entered the Pope's office, but he was surprised to see that it was nothing special, just a simple room with various decorations and beautiful carpet and curtains. There were gold ornaments around the corners and on the main table. Other than that, the most exquisite thing he could see was the strange quill made of some unknown red bird feather. Even the headmaster had a bigger office, he thought, and handed the candy. A master wizard. I remember I was 13 when I became a master wizard, so you're doing better than me, the Pope said in an attempt to encourage. Sylvester tried to feel the air and smelled a sharp-nosed, tingling, sweet aroma of boiling caramel. He's excited. Am I the youngest? Sylvester inquired. Sadly, no. Pope started by pouring himself and Sylvester a glass of water. More than 4,000 years ago, the fifth one, Pope Pollux Ragthon the warrior, attained the rank of Master Wizard at the age of 5. Times were a lot different back then. The church was not strong enough to ensure peace. Saul was divided into hundreds of small kingdoms fighting each other. I believe his mind grew faster than his age with a mix of talent and tragedy. He's the man who truly spread the faith across the continent by subjugating and combining kingdoms. Our faith is a blessing of the first pope, but what we have today is the fifth's gift. Sylvester digested the new information. Unfortunately, these finer details were never revealed in the History with Pope's book. There was much more that he had to learn, and Sylvester wished he could spend one day staying in the Pope's library. But, Deacon Sylvester, you have exceeded my expectations. You are merely 9, not far from Pope Ragthon. You have blessings from Solis himself, and you have a strong, smart head. I am very proud of you, and this is one reason why I gave you that spear. You're worthy of it. The Pope suddenly started wrapping items on the table as if preparing to move. I noticed the quest you picked for this year, and I understand why you did so. What happened in Goldstown was a lapse in the guild and the school's work, a rare case. However, I hope that does not make you afraid of taking risks, because risks are meant to push oneself, and only when you push will you find a more incredible version of yourself. I remember ranking up during life-threatening battles in the past. There has been no study done on it, but I think the more one pushes himself, the faster they grow stronger. It certainly has something to do with our bodies and solarium. But safety is important too, because dying at this stage is equal to having the best ingredients to cook a meal but throwing them away. So, in the coming 7 years, give your best and grow. After that, we shall discuss your future career. Now I must take my leave. The Sanctum Council must be waiting. Take care and enjoy this good time while it lasts. The Pope patted his head and left quietly. However, Sylvester was cursing the man in his mind. To hell with this. What does he mean by discuss my future? And did he just warn me not to go too easy and grow stronger by taking risks? Sylvester already knew that the old man was not as kind as he seemed, so he took everything said with a grain of salt. But I will not put my life at risk anymore. I wish to live and aim for peace, and I shall continue to do so. He quickly left the Pope's office and headed to the School of Dawn. He was slightly late, but none stopped him. However, once he entered, all the remaining 11 deacons except the 3 friends had their jaws falling. The murmurs started simultaneously, because noticing the significant change on the rank plate was not hard. Shining silver was a lot different from dark bronze. Sylvester felt the envy and worship from all of them, and it was the best thing he could ask for. Winning them over by being their big brother was the quickest way to form his powerful cult. Instead of going to his friends, Sylvester went to Rommel and sat beside him. "How are you, buddy?" "Sylvester, why you ranked up? Holy solies, that's so amazing." "Yeah, and I just returned after a meeting with the Holy Father," Sylvester boasted, hoping Rommel would look up to him as his way to achieve greatness. Rommel's eyes shined. "I'm so envious. My father came to meet me yesterday. He said I have brought shame to his name, that I am not trying hard enough." "Good, thank you, King Riveria." Sylvester patted Rommel's shoulder. "Come, sit with me and my friends. Maybe you can learn something better from us. After all, I helped them get to adept rank even before you." "Why, you would help me?" Rommel felt it was too good to be true. He never knew why Sylvester was being so kind to him when he tried to harm him. However, he slowly felt ashamed of what he tried to do, as Sylvester turned out to be genuinely kind, according to his analysis. But Sylvester simply raised his palm and said a rhyming line. "What's gone shall never be forgotten, but we can't have our future rotten. We are the children of Solis. In brotherhood is our solace." Rommel nodded vigorously, and Sylvester smelled a hint of worship. It was all going according to plan. "Thank you, Sylvester. I will never forget this. I will." "Ah, come on, Rommel. Come and sit with us." He dragged the boy and made him sit not far from Gabriel. He avoided Felix because the latter would have bullied Rommel. Marcus just then stopped writing on parchment and stretched his arms. "Yes, finally done with the assignment. Now I can focus on the quest from tomorrow." Sylvester nodded. He, too, was not worried about the quest he was to go on in a week. This time it was a simple reconstruction and preaching work. And since the location was beside the Blood Sea, he would also see the beaches. "Ha, for me, it's equal to a vacation. As long as there is no cave there, I'm okay," Sylvester blurted. "Nothing can compare with mine, though. I will literally be staying at home," Felix added, making everyone else grit their teeth in jealousy. However, Rommel smacked his head when he learned Felix's master plan. "Stupid, stupid. Why didn't I think of this? My mother could have made a quest for me as well." "Because you are stupid," everyone thought but didn't say anything. Sylvester kept relaxing with a satisfied smile. Thankfully, life has gotten much calmer now for him. He would take the second-year tests in a few days and finish another class. That's another milestone achieved. The winds were blowing much calmer for him now. The hectic life from day one seemed to take a turn for the good. The rays of Solis didn't feel ominous anymore, and the slight happiness from talking with his friends, Murrej and Xavia, was soothing to his damaged mind. He put his arms behind his head and looked at the classroom ceiling while Murrej slept on his lap, softly snoring. However, something in his mind was bugging him to ruin this peace. Despite all this, he couldn't help but feel slightly suspicious about the life that had suddenly gotten too warm. I hope this is not the calm before the great storm. But what could he do now other than giving his all to grow stronger, to transform into someone who shall stay unfazed by all storms? So be it dark or light, nothing could be of harm. I wonder for how long this bard will be able to satisfy that so-called lord. I hope I don't end up in the Book of the Dead, as just another name. I hope to keep playing this game until I achieve my final aim. Oi, Max, what are you doing? Dreaming about being hugged by your mum again? Felix barked all of a sudden, ruining the little moment of peace he was having. He gasped in false anger. Boy, you want me to rat your quest scheme out to Archpriest? That's playing dirty, Felix barked. Insulting my mum is dirty as well. Felix nodded as he looked down. Yeah, I'm sorry. Don't tell anyone about my plot, please. However, Sylvester's face showed an evil smile that sent shivers to Felix's spine. Felix quickly covered his chest with his arms, hiding his pockets. F-foo, I have no money anymore, so I won't throw any more feasts for you hungry beasts. But hearing the word feast, Marcus and Gabriel also narrowed their eyes and grinned at Felix. Sylvester patted his shoulder. Lad, this is just a simple tax for your annoying acts, so it's not a matter of if, but when. Foo, fuck you. Deacon Felix Sandwall, how dare you use such filthy words in class? Shouted Sir Baldfreak, who had just entered. Poor Felix, it seemed Sylvester's bad luck somehow passed on to him. 30 rounds of the Central Garden, now. Felix had a crying face as he looked at his laughing friends. I hate you all. Deacon Sylvester, Deacon Marcus, and Deacon Gabriel, you three as well. I know you all are chums, and you too, Deacon Rommel. But I didn't even speak, Rommel cried. Did I stutter? Sir Baldfreak showed his big angry eyes shining as bright as his bald head. Sylvester certainly felt he got his bad luck back in an instant. Except for Felix, his new servant and friends had tears, while only he had simple fears in the hope that it wouldn't suck like this in the coming years. In the end, only Felix was laughing as they all ran circles. However, Sylvester was annoyed by his constant mocking laughter. Bam! Felix fell face first into the grass. Sylvester, you bastard, you tripped me. I missed the part where that's my problem, and they kept running. The Light of Soli stood witness. In 7 years, this group of laughing young kids would stand tall and face their destiny to fight for their dreams. After all, they were not naive, and the future belongs to those who believe in the dreams they conceive. Their choices, decisions, and spirit will either take them to the pinnacle or make them question. When did the dream of the future turn from being a promised land to a pit of dark, filthy quicksand, consuming all they loved? Chapter 57, Dance of the Knights. This year, amidst all the knights and wizards, we have something special as the beginning performance of the yearly martial tourney. 2 young gods favored candidates, 2 young men with the potential of one day becoming Platinum Knight, shall fight today. Under the bright sunlight and soothing breeze, the enormous Guild Peninsula arena filled to the brim with tens of thousands of spectators, roared with thunderous screams of cheers. Let the war drums roll. The announcer kicked off the month-long tourney by shouting with the help of air magic. As his announcement resonated, the 100 strategically placed, giant, 2-meter-wide war drums started reverberating in loud, heavily organized thumps. The men who played it were masters of this art, as they had unique uniforms with light golden, sleeveless robes revealing their muscular arms. The way they beat the drums was like a choreographed dance. Every sound and step they took looked captivating. The drums were so loud that one could hear their echoes all over the Holy Land for many kilometers. Inside the arena, the people's cheers mixed with it and started the most exciting month in the Holy Land, where knights and wizards from across the world would come to prove themselves as the top man in their profession. The winning wizard, knight, and wizard knight are rewarded with 100,000 gold graces and recognition from the Holy Father. For the most part, the money was not as important. However, 2 young men were going to fight for the starter performances, although they were not officially participating. The Sacred Arms Guild invited them for a hefty sum for being most popular among all the young gods' favored candidates in Holy Land. Thump, thump, thump. The drums got faster as the two steel gates at the far ends of the arena opened slowly. The wind turned stronger suddenly and created little dust devils across the field. The suspense was killing the people, and finally, the two figures appeared. The crowd exhilarated in deafening cheers, for they knew that these two young men were destined for greatness, and one day may even become the next pope. Sylvester, Sylvester. Felix, Felix. The two names echoed in the arena, creating the most beautiful setting for the long-awaited duel. The drum rolls seemed to sound along, acting as adrenaline fuel. The two men appeared to be tall in their robust armor. On one side was a black-haired, buffed young man about 6'5" tall with shining silver armor and a longsword in his sheath. On the other side was a 6-foot graceful young man with golden blonde hair and equally golden eyes that lured people to drown in them. He donned golden armor, although it looked dull and worn out. However, the spear in his hand looked stunning. Both men appeared to have a smile, matching their style. They looked around at the crowd in the arena with hundreds of staircase chairs. At the luxury box, the Pope and the Sanctum Council members clapped. The two gave a slight bow to the people and each other and slowly took their attack forms. But there was a lot of distance between them to be covered. Although there was no bell, the drums did their job well. The drum beat slowly diminished with extremely fast thumps as if rain. Then once it completely subsided, the crowd also calmed down, hearts of all beating with excitement and rush, hungry to see who'd survive the initial push. Boom, bam, bam. Once again, abruptly, the drums sounded extremely loud with 3 distinct thumps. And that was the signal, as the two mighty knights gushed towards each other with inhuman speed, leaving behind a flying trail of dust. The black-haired knight kept his sword beside his right shoulder, held with both hands, while the golden beacon of light held his spear with one hand, prepared to throw. They came closer and closer, the hearts of the crowd pumped aloud. The first clash was the most exciting part of the fight. Whoosh! The golden-haired knight adjusted his aim and threw the spear while running. The other one had to slow down to anticipate and defend against the comet-like spear, burning in a red flame, looking stunning. Clank! The sword knight stopped the spear, ensuring himself behind the sword shielded. It contained the burning spear, but disappointing were the results yielded. His acceleration gave enough time for his opponent to reach him, hold back the spear and make a move. The sword and spear clashed up close, creating sparks as red as a rose. A little stalemate appeared, letting the people scream in excitement. Certainly, bets were being placed amongst the crowd, and even the two fighting knights had made their wager, although it was not allowed. The spear knight made his move and slid the spear, holding it by the far end, then spun it around, aiming to hit the sword knight in the leg. Not anymore. The sword knight roared and used knight's technique to initiate a certain move. Boom! He plunged the sword into the hard ground and sent out a shockwave around, disrupting the spear knight's momentum. The spear knight frowned, preparing for his next move, as apparent by the shining blue light at the tip of his weapon. The war drums kept beating according to the movement in the arena. When there is a stalemate, the drums become lower and faster. When any abrupt move happens, it beats with short thumps louder. Face to face, they started fighting using fists and kicks while deflecting each other's moves. When the spear went, the sword deflected it. When the sword went, the spear blocked it. The two knights moved with precision, each step as if calculatingly taken. The crowd's cheers and cries alone had shaken the ground, while the knights had only begun. They jumped tens of feet high and clashed their weapons. They fell and still continued to ward as if perfectly synchronized musical chords. However, one thing stayed the same. The smiles never left their faces. Your armor looks rather dull, Max. Not everyone has a fat lord father, Felix. You don't have a father. Tusk, touche. That one hurt me. So what do you say we end this choreographed dance and start the real fight, my friend? This is what I've been waiting for, Max. Prepare your ass for me. Felix, you need to work on your catchphrases. Sylvester jumped back to make some distance, for this was the point it became a real duel. The fateful battle was to see who would be this tourney's nightly jewel. He took a calm breath and looked at the spear in hand. I may not know your full extent, but you're one strong boy. Meow. Chunky, go and be with Mum. I will help Max fight. I trained for years for this. The white cat, as big as it used to be, proclaimed. Thanks, but don't sit on my body, and if I tell you, give me a smoke flask. He ordered, not wanting to hurt the little guy. Here he comes. He braced to absorb Felix's strike. The guy was taller and more muscular than him, sadly, but that didn't mean he had too much extra strength. The beautiful sparks flew as their spear and sword clashed with each other. Sylvester was none to take it easy, and used the length of his weapon to advantage, and twisted the spear to hit its tail on Felix's ribs. Bam! Felix headbutted Sylvester, as both were not wearing helmets, since the rules suggested they couldn't strike weapons above the shoulder. And easy to say, Felix's headbutts were like a striking boulder. God, you're a brute, Sylvester beckoned. Felix grinned and rushed forward, his sword shining in blue light and leaving a bright after image to confuse the opponent. That's what I trained for since I could walk. Sylvester jumped back acrobatically and imbued Solarium in his spear to invoke a particular rune. The problem with most spears was that nearly nobody used them as their primary weapon, as the variety of magical attacks one could make with it was less. A sword, meanwhile, was the best weapon for a knight. But Sylvester had the range advantage, so he used knightly abilities to make the spear's tip so hot that it'd cut even ordinary steel like butter. And since his Spear of Infinity was a legendary weapon, it could face higher temperatures. But I need time to let the tip heat up. He gritted his teeth and kept a defensive position. If this was a wizard's tournament, this fight would have long been over, he taunted. Felix agreed instead. I know, that's why I agreed to fight you only if there was a restriction for the knight's abilities. But seriously, since you can stay standing this long, it seems both our ranks are the same. Golden Knight, Sylvester muttered. This was an incredibly high rank among the knights, as men of these ranks are often commanders. But being gods favored, they could only focus on their wizardly talents. He smirked at Felix. Then that leaves this battle to what level you are in the Golden Knight rank. And sadly, or thankfully, there was no way to gauge what level the other one had. Just a little more. Sylvester focused on his spear's tip. Felix was rushing towards him with his sword as well, having invoked a move to make magical projections of his sword, as hard as steel. There were 3 around Felix's sword, all shining in bright red light. Sylvester decided he needed to make a dangerous move to give the spear more time, so he braced for impact by digging his feet into the soil. Haya, Felix reached an arm's length and thrust his sword towards Sylvester, but there were 3 projections too, making it hard for Sylvester to dodge. But like a master acrobat, he leaped like an arrow, somersaulted in the middle of the air, and passed from the gaps of the sword projections. It was the most beautiful move the arena had seen yet, and the cheers were evident of that. Clash! However, his armor got hit, and the whole right shoulder plate got thrown away. It didn't scare him, but everything was going as expected. Thanks, Marcus, Sylvester muttered as the acrobatic moves were his friend's teachings. Sadly, Felix could not learn them as he was too buffed. Their break lasted a moment as they once again moved towards the center of the field. Sylvester, however, was now prepared. He waited for Felix to foolishly make another move, being confident that he was a better knight, and he certainly was right. But Sylvester was playing a different game of mind. The whole time he showed himself to be the one taking the blows, boosting Felix's overconfidence. Now, The time had come to show his last throw. Thumbs up. As Sylvester started moving towards Felix, the anticipation of something big echoed. Felix felt something was wrong and prepared to shield against the spear again, using his sword. Sylvester roared as he launched the spear with the strongest force yet. Hiya! The spear shone under the bright sunlight, turning somewhat invisible to the naked eye, but Felix knew not what this raining steel would imply. Boom! The spear landed in the middle of Felix's long sword. The dark-haired knight felt the force and drifted a few feet back. The spear, however, was too strong and fiery. It heated the steel and dug into the sword's blade as if showing God's fury. As it protruded out to the other side, Felix nearly cursed, "Phoo!" But Sylvester gave him no time to weep for his sword as he appeared right in front and turned his back towards Felix while holding the tail of the spear over his right shoulder. "Get ready to fly, Felix." Like a seesaw, Sylvester used his shoulder as the middle base and the spear as the long board. Then he pressed it down from his end. In response, the spearhead lifted the sword as it was still planted into the blade. Felix tried his best not to let go as he was afraid, for the fight was over once a knight lost his blade. But Sylvester had the advantage of the momentum and executed his moves carefully, affecting his opponent's mind like some vicious venom. Still, he had to exert himself to the fullest to lift Felix, as he didn't have the tag of being the fat ass anymore. It, Felix cursed once his feet left the ground. That was it. It was over. Sylvester's eyes reddened as he lifted Felix into the sky and threw him away, tens of meters away. But the sword stayed planted into the spearhead, while Felix was launched like an arrow. Bam! He fell to the ground, defeated and injured, not in his body but mind. Today, he was humbled by someone who didn't even take the profession of a knight seriously. He took a long breath and quickly saw the whole fight play in his head. Knowing Sylvester, it didn't take him long to realize he was outsmarted, not overpowered. I won't pay for your sword." Sylvester appeared, extending his hand to his best friend. Felix sighed, "You and your dastardly mind games." Felix took it and stood up. He was not ashamed of losing because Sylvester was his opponent. If it was Gabriel or Marcus, he would have dug his grave and buried himself. "It's all a necessary experience for you, Felix. There are bound to be people outside, enemies, who will be much smarter than me. As I play 10 steps ahead, they'd be 100 ahead. Now, let's return. The graduation ceremony is to begin soon." Both of them gave a gentleman bow with one arm spread aside and the other on each other's shoulder. The war drums had stopped while the people still cheered. Their fight may not be as beautiful as those of wizards, but they sure made it exciting, awe-inspiring. Then the two walked out of the same gates, telling everyone they were good mates. "You must be excited for today, Max. You will finally know." Sylvester nodded as he took off the armor in the resting room. "Of course, I'm excited to finally know who my father was. Chapter 58, Never Again. This is the last free chapter of this book, again. I thank everyone who supports this novel and those who will keep supporting it. Since the beginning, you have read about 120,000 words, and I am sure this has given you a good grasp over the story, my writing, and the potential this book holds. For those who will be unlocking chapters in the future, please note that the price of the chapters is not up to me to decide. It's determined by the system based on how many words a chapter has. So if you see my chapter is priced higher than the other novels you read, that's because the chapters in this book are much longer, sometimes even double in length compared to other novels on this website. I believe in quality over quantity, and that is the reason why I don't divide my 2.2K word long chapter into two, because it will break the flow even though the book will earn more that way. Note from the future, I have now stabilized the chapter length and therefore the price. I have one last thing to say before you begin this chapter. You have my eternal gratitude for reading this novel. Enjoy. Nice fight, I knew you would win, so I bet on you. Marcus entered their resting room and helped take off the armor. I bet on Max too. Gabriel followed in soon. The lack of faith in him hurt Felix. Why, we are both similarly ranked. Yes, but the same can't be said about the head. We all know Sylvester. He's a sly fox, slowly planning, waiting to strike, and you fall for it. Gabriel made an observation. Felix sneered annoyedly. Yeah, our mighty Max, the schemer. And Gabriel, what the hell are you putting on your face? You already have a beard. I've been trying to grow one for a year now. Sylvester shared the same pain as Felix, however. Indeed, it seems Gabriel has been blessed in blood. I particularly wanted a beard because people would respect me more as a bard. What's that got to do with a beard? They are gross and smelly. Marcus said, another one blessed, but one who dares chop that blessing every week. Sylvester scoffed. You need to maintain the beard, care for it like a baby. Only then it won't smell. And what does that have to do? Just imagine the Pope without the beard. Everyone looked down as they imagined it, and soon they nodded. Yeah, not as intimidating and wise, Felix muttered. Gabriel, however, seemed tense all of a sudden. By the way, Max and Felix, I needed some money for. How much? Sylvester asked without a second thought. To him, loyalty was the most important, and from the expressions of Gabriel, there was undoubtedly a problem, not that the odor of anxiety let him ignore it. I need to buy a house, Gabriel replied nervously. My sister has come to see me. I just found her this morning. Wait, wasn't she living with the healer? What happened? Felix inquired. With a sigh and tired face, Gabriel started. I don't know too much. She seemed too traumatized, and when I asked, she revealed she was about to be sold as the healer she was staying with was moving to a different place, and also because my sister was of marriage age. Did she not know you are a man of faith, the healer? Sylvester asked. Well, since I dropped out of God's favored class, they don't consider me anything special. That's why she tried this with Raven. Thankfully, she was able to run away and come here. Sylvester agreed to help unconditionally. What is the name of the healer that did this? She is a wizard, Cruella Lampart. Sylvester took out a little notebook he made for himself and wrote down something on it using a strange stick. Cruella Lampart, got it. If any of us see her, we will kill her. Sylvester shrugged at their surprised faces. Folks, that's the punishment for harming the family of a man of faith. She knowingly tried to sell Raven. Even if Gabriel is not one of God's favored, he will still be a high-ranking clergy. That, in my book, is worth burning on the stakes. Felix nodded. I can't help but agree, she's not an asset anymore. Anyway, how much do you need? Sylvester inquired. Gabriel was confused. He did not know about the prices of houses outside, as they lived in the Holy Land their whole life. I don't know. I have a few thousand gold graces saved. But unfortunately, that healer took most of the money I used to send Raven, so I'm not quite rich anymore. Send her to Sandwall County. My brother came to see me graduate today. I will tell him to provide for her safety and boarding, Felix offered. But Sylvester was quick to object. No, Sandwall is under constant attack by desert cannibals and mountain tribes, not to mention you sit at the border with the Masan Empire. What if one day they attacked? Gabriel, I have a better plan. How old is your sister? Same as me, 17. Great, my mum now runs one of the sick bays in the Guild Peninsula. It's the third safest peninsula in the Holy Land, so I will ask her to hire your sister as a helping hand. This way, your sister gets to live here safely, and you can meet her now and then. Sylvester's offer was nothing less than a life-changing favor. Initially, Sylvester was going to suggest that the girl join Bright Mothers, but he stopped, understanding that not all women want to stay celibate forever. Why you would do that? Gabriel beamed with joy. Why not? We're all brothers. We made a pact, did you all forget? We will take care of each other's families when we can. Heck, I say Marcus should bring his family here too, he suggested. But Marcus refused. No, my family is good. The past 8 years have been great. Although I dropped out of class last year, I still made enough money to buy them a large piece of land, build a big cottage, and live happily. Good to know, Sylvester thought. That's brilliant then, Marcus. But let's head back to school. Gabriel, bring your sister too. Families are allowed to see us graduate, and see us take the vow to let go of all our familial bonds. What a weird practice. He muttered and cleaned his face, then put on the church robes and placed his rank plate on the chest. There were many strange practices in the Holy Land. One of them was this school graduation. The families were allowed to come and see their loved ones renounce them. It probably reminded both parties that nothing is the same anymore, but the church hardly implemented these rules. Otherwise, powerful royal families would not have been able to place their pawns in the church. The large arena where spars used to take place today seemed like a festive ground, with various small decorations of colorful ribbons and flowers. A total of 400 deacons were going to graduate today. Among them were 6 God's favored candidates. Their number has fallen from 30. Over the years, they faced many challenges and life-threatening situations, whether they wanted it or not. Their minds were forced to break. Hearts were made strong so they'd never shake. Perhaps. That's why among all the graduating deacons, only those 6 lacked a smile on their faces. But there was still an hour before they got their official mitre as priests. However, unlike the ranks of bishops and above, a priest is only allowed to wear the mitre on the head for a religious ceremony. However, first, there was going to be a blood test. Ah, Mother Xavia, you have been called back to the Gild Peninsula. There has been an emergency at the sick bay. Don't worry. I will take your place to draw the blood. Xavia was taken aback. Mother Zartha, I had the day off today. I'm sure there are enough other healers there. I was not told more, just to inform you that you're needed. Ah, are you here for your son? Don't worry, I will be gentle with him. Mother Zartha chirped, full of warmth and kindness. But Xavia was in a panic and had to leave her station. She quickly started to look around then. Where is Max? Proceed to the booths. Get your blood inheritance test done. Who knows if someone among you is related to one of the old popes? The announcement echoed from the little stage where the headmaster and the faculty stood. Finally, I will know my roots. Sylvester, a distance away, was excited to get this thing done. Sylvester, come with me quick. I need to have a word with you. Just then, out of nowhere, Xavia appeared and pulled Sylvester along. Her face tried its best to look smiling, but there was some worry. He could see it, and he felt an extreme sensation of fear from her, making him go serious. Xavia pulled him a good distance away into one of the empty classrooms. She then looked around first and closed the door carefully. You cannot participate in that test, please. Sylvester saw the look of horror, the panic in her eyes as she said that. He knew there was something big for her to say, but he was not going to back down. Why? I wish to know who my father is, and who knows, they might not even have his sample in their registry. They have it, she cried. They will surround you and kill you the moment they see the result. Her words rang in his ears as if ringing after an explosive. He stared at her face in confusion and a rising rage. What do you mean? Who is my father? Why won't you tell me? Is it some heathen? A mountain tribesman. Xavia's face paled, conflicted between telling him or not. Please don't do this. I tried my best to keep this a secret. The more people know, the more are the chances of us being killed. Who is it? Sylvester asked only once in a firm voice. He kept glaring into her eyes after that, deciding not to give up today. If he was going to do something like not take this exam, he needed a good enough reason. These vague warnings won't do anymore. A cheese, please. But Sylvester did not respond anymore. Xavia fought her mind, the secret she had kept with her for so long. She looked left and right in paranoia at first. He's Rathagun Zeke Eldarin. They? Who? Sylvester squinted his eyes and was taken aback by this strange name. His mind quickly tried to remember all the names he had heard or read in this life to see if it was someone important. Then it struck, and his eyes widened in shock. The Elf King. Millions of questions exploded in Sylvester's mind. He wondered about all his abilities. Were they related to his blood? Why was his ordinary mother the wife of the Elf King? Just because she was pretty, was she even his wife? Yes, Max, so please, you can't take that blood test. They likely have his samples in the registry which will match yours. They will never allow someone as strong as you and related to their mortal enemy to stay alive. We must take this secret to our graves. Sylvester, however, was only thinking about how he would fool the blood inheritance examination. But how will I? Bam! Both their heads turned in the direction. It was the closed door of the classroom. Something hit it just now. Sylvester quickly rushed and opened it to see, and he noticed someone running away towards the arena. Fuck, wonderful timing to reveal this, Mum. Now stay there. And Chonky, where the fuck are you? Sylvester roared at her and chased after the person. Xavia cried frantically. I had planned it. I was to draw your blood too. But Sylvester had already rushed away to neutralize the threat. I didn't hear anything, Sylvester, the runner cried. Why did you follow me? What are you planning, Rommel? Sylvester ran after the last person he could afford to let his secret be known. It was game over for him otherwise. He won't only be excommunicated but also killed. There was no way he could escape the Holy Land alive. Seeing Rommel had a good enough lead, Sylvester had to use magic. He aimed his hand and sent out a strong gust of wind, so hard that Rommel could not turn left from the corridor corner, and instead slammed his head right into the wall. That was enough time for him. He pulled Rommel back by the hair and dragged him away from the corner. HL. Sylvester quickly put him in a chokehold between his elbows and fell back, also locking Rommel's arms. Calm down, Rommel. Aren't we friends? Now tell me, did anyone else know about your peeping activities? But Rommel was panicking. He was like a slave to Sylvester and had faced enough mental subjugation, enough to be aware and scared of what Sylvester was capable of doing. No, nobody knows. I'm sorry, I just want to be free again. I didn't mean to. Sylvester clutched him tighter as he gritted his teeth. You're not going to tell that to anyone. Rommel nodded. I won't. I heard nothing, Sylvester. Please trust me, plea, I can't breathe. Sylvester kept pressing Rommel's neck harder as he lay on the floor on his back, Rommel in his arms. He gritted his teeth as it was hard to kill an adept wizard with just brutal physical force. But there was no hesitation in Sylvester's actions. I can't let you live. I'm sorry, Rommel, you were a good servant while you lived. Rommel's eyes teared up in an instant as he slowly felt his face turning red and eyes drying up, breathing becoming harder. He kicked his feet and tried to free himself but couldn't. Lease. The smell of hate, anger, death, fear, and sadness hit Sylvester hard. He pitied the boy to some degree, as he was not born to be loved but to be used as a tool by his father. But he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sylvester had already thought of the scenario of leaving him alive and ensuring he stayed loyal. But if not today, then tomorrow, Rommel will become a mighty king. And then, what if he uses this secret to blackmail him instead? What was happening now was of Rommel's own doing. Nobody asked him to follow Sylvester. Nobody told him to eavesdrop. You reap what you sow, and this was Rommel's fruit to swallow. There can never be loose ends, especially not in this case. Sylvester did not say anything anymore and looked away. He felt he was hallucinating as he noticed the translucent form of a woman that was immortal in his memory. as beautiful as ever, looking at him with a loving gaze, saying something but her words were silent. He stared at that form for a few seconds, then shook his head vigorously. "Whatever it takes, whatever the hindrance, I will not die, not again." No. Snap. Sylvester let loose as Romel's body felt lifeless, his arms and head falling back. He was breathing hard, for this was not the end of this miserable day. He still had to get rid of the body and ensure nobody found out, because there would soon be an uproar throughout, as Rommel was not just a surviving god's favored candidate, but also the crown prince of Riveria. "Chonky, come here quick." He finally saw the cat rushing to him, so he ordered, wishing to take care of the scene before anyone arrived. He was not in a very good situation and he knew it. However, fate had something else in mind. "Max," a familiar voice came from the side. Sylvester's heart jumped in panic. He looked up at the known voice in exhaustion, his eyes full of caution. "Gabriel, why?" Chapter 59, The Chase. There was a moment of silence. The air felt particularly heavier all of a sudden. In an instant, it increased Sylvester's mental burden. Gabriel backed his steps slowly as he found no mercy or guilt in Sylvester's eyes. Those eyes didn't belong to a sane man, so all his mind told him was to leave, so he ran. "Fuck," Sylvester threw Rommel's body aside and ordered Muraj. "Chonky, eat." Muraj hated eating flesh because it was one of the things that never came back out, but he didn't argue and quickly used his ability and vanished the dead body in his bottomless belly. Then he jumped on Sylvester's shoulder, who was already running behind Gabriel. "I was working to sneak and change your blood sample in the arena, Makesy," Muraj clarified quickly. Sylvester gritted his teeth. If that was the case, then he couldn't argue. There won't be a test if Gabriel reaches the venue first. He used the same technique as before and sent out an air blast, as it was the least visually destructive and left no trace. However, Gabriel turned to a side corridor just then and saved himself. Sylvester cursed and chased, soon reaching the door of the arena. Gabriel merely took a glance at him, seeing Sylvester's shaking head. "Arg!" Sylvester also entered the arena and slowly walked through the crowd, making it look as natural as possible. However, the apprehension was building in his head because if Gabriel shouted, it would be game over. "I need to catch him first." "Chonky, go and trip Gabriel," he ordered, since Muraj's small body let him cross the crowd fast. "Don't do it, Gab, don't." His eyes focused on the fleeing redhead. Sylvester rushed as soon as Gabriel's panicked shriek came as he fell. Sylvester was quick to reach him and extend his hand. "Are you okay, Gab?" Gabriel looked him in the eyes and reached out to hold the hand, albeit shivering. He had no idea what Sylvester would do, but he knew that his calm friend was extremely dangerous. Sylvester, Gabriel Maxwell, come to the testing booth." Acting normal, Sylvester patted Gabriel's shoulder. "Go, they are calling you. Let's grab a bite later, I'm hungry." No more words were exchanged, and Gabriel stiffly walked away. It wasn't that Sylvester was letting him go, but because he had his own headache of passing that examination. He walked to the side to an area where he could talk with Muraj. "Chonky, did you make the preparation? You said you were planning it," he inquired. "I did. I saw what they are doing. First, they cut your finger and take the blood to put it in the tiny bottle. Then they take it to the dark room and put it in a box full of crystals. Then the box rings once and they destroy the blood. I have the bottle but need some blood." Chonky took out the said little bottle, which was a potioneering glass tube. Sylvester took it and headed back to find Xavia, as she was the only one who could help at this point. He found her returning from the previous location, where she stupidly revealed her secret. He was in a rush, so he pulled her into an empty classroom, closed the doors, and checked all the tables and cupboards first. "Put your blood in this." "Max, I didn't mean to. I had planned ever. Quiet, I will talk to you about this later. You have ruined me, woman. You have no idea about the gravity of your idiocy. Now give me blood so we may see another day. He barked, clearly not tolerating her presence anymore. He always tried to think of her happiness, but this was what he got in return: foolishness. He was just disappointed at this point and needed some time to cool off, which won't happen unless he's done with Gabriel. Xavier, however, instead of taking his glass tube, took out one from her own robes. Here, I had planned this beforehand. I had planned it all. Sylvester's hand paused for a moment, seeing her cry, but the frown again appeared as he took it. Don't show your crying face outside. He left her alone, returned to the arena, and waited for his name to be called. Meanwhile, he kept his eyes on Gabriel. This friend of his was getting his blood tested at the moment, making Sylvester anxious. Rommel Riveria. The announcement came. Sylvester's eyes darted towards the booth from where the call came. Gabriel was also looking in that direction. Hey, where is that friend of ours? Felix appeared and patted Sylvester's back, but instantly he recoiled his hand. Why is your back so sweaty? Sylvester kept a calm and collected face. He acted as if looking around genuinely. Don't know, must be somewhere licking someone's feet. Ooh, I never liked that guy. Too much into becoming the best heir to his father. Marcus sneered at the idea of Rommel. There's this concern as well. How will King Riveria react? Sylvester Maximilian. His name was called, so he bid his friends a short goodbye and went to the testing booth at the front. However, when he arrived there, he understood why Xavier was so dumb to tell him the crucial details at such a last moment. But that only angered him more because he saw how flawed her planning was. So healers for drawing blood are from the Bright Mothers. Oh, Max, come sit here, the Bright Mother called him cheerfully. Sylvester smiled and took a seat. How are you, Mother Zartha? Dear, I'm going to need that shoulder massage again. Too much work at sick bay these days. Those guild adventurers are becoming very reckless. By the way, your mum was so excited to see you graduate today. Unfortunately, she was called back. Show me your right palm. Sylvester did as asked and kept her busy in talks. He was thankful to himself at that moment for making friends with all Bright Mothers in their housing complex over the years. He talked with them, sang hymns, and did repairing work for them. He was their little teddy bear they spoiled over the years. Are we meeting at this month's end, Mother Zartha? I really want to have that open grill evening dinner with all the mothers. He proposed while the woman placed the collected blood in the glass tube and then in a small open holder beside her seat. He kept her busy while Muraj carefully picked up his blood tube and placed the replacement. It was a slow process because Muraj didn't have fingers and he had to lick his paws to make them sticky. Of course, who knows where you will be sent after graduation? You call us mothers, and I'm sure everyone will be delighted to celebrate with you. She took a little more time to make small talk with him. Muraj soon jumped back to his shoulder. Thank you, Mother Zartha. He got up to leave as the job was done. One hurdle was cleared. He then slowly walked to his friends. Gabriel was there too. Did he tell them? Felix, having already done with the test, boomed happily. Max, they are looking for Rommel. God knows which hole he has climbed in to die this time. Won't he be disqualified if he doesn't take this test? Marcus wondered. Sylvester shrugged. He must be around, like hell the Prince of Riveria will be disqualified. He glanced at Gabriel while saying that. The man showed a simple smiling face, but he could taste the fear in him. Should we not look for him? Gabriel asked. Felix scoffed and shrugged off the disappearance. Too much work. I'm tired from the fight with Max this morning. People are probably looking for him already. Sylvester knew he could not do anything yet, so he waited for the graduation ceremony to be over. And it seemed missing Rommel did not stop the ceremony, and the following announcement was made as the blood testing booths were moved away. All deacons, your names shall be called alphabet-wise. First, you shall come here and take the mitre from the headmaster. Then you will return to your position and wear it. Once everyone has it, we shall have the ending oath ceremony. Everyone stood back in their designated positions according to their name. Sylvester knew that Gabriel's turn would come first, so he whispered to the little buddy, "Chonky, go stand beside Gabriel. Follow him wherever he goes. If he hides somewhere, you come and inform me quickly." Slowly, the roll call was made. Since his name started with S, he was to go pretty late. But when one name was called again, he couldn't help but feel his heart race a little. Rommel Riveria. However, they did not wait and went to the next name. Sylvester noticed some people running behind the stage and whispering something in the headmaster's ears. Then the ceremony proceeded as usual. Sylvester Maximilian. He quickly walked to the front and got the white mitre with golden decorations on it from the headmaster. "I'm proud of you, Deacon Sylvester," said the man. Sylvester kept a warm smile on his face and returned to his place. Then in no time, they were all made to say the oath. They all crossed their arms on their chests and repeated after the headmaster's old voice. "I am a son of Solis. In the embrace of light is my solace. His words I shall preach, even where his light cannot reach. Forever I shall be his servant, towards injustice be observant, and when preaching cures no evil, I shall be Lord's death merchant. May his light enlighten our paths until our breath lasts. Amen." Amen. There was silence in the arena as everyone felt a strange feeling in their chest. This was it, the last day of them being little students. From now on, true service to the faith would start. They all had new journeys to depart. The headmaster cheerfully roared, "I pronounce you all from now priests of Solis." Of course, nobody threw their hats in the air. It was too sacred, but they hugged the nearest deacon beside them. Sylvester did the same with the random people, but his eyes constantly looked at Gabriel. "Congratulations, Priest Sylvester." "Congratulations." He thanked and wished everyone back that came his way. Then, he smartly circumvented his friends and followed Gabriel as the young man drifted away through the crowd, heading towards the dorms. Gabriel, being near the beginning of the left side, got out of the crowd faster and made a run for it. Muraj was just a step behind. Sylvester also made his way while avoiding all the known faces. Sylvester had no idea what he would do once he caught up, but he knew he would not die again, for this was one promise to certain someone he wished to keep. The dorms on the top floor for the final year deacons were empty as all were in the arena, so he found no problem in reaching the floor. "Makesy here." Muraj's voice called him to the private room of Gabriel. Being in the final year had perks because the number of deacons thinned out a lot, and they all had individual rooms. Sylvester walked forward with light feet and took a long breath as he clutched the doorknob in hand. "I'm sorry, Gab, but never again, no matter what." He prepared needles made of hardened light magic, as thin as grass, and proceeded to twist the knob slowly. "Brother." But just then, he heard a different panicked voice from inside. "Brother, what happened? What's with the scared face?" Chapter 60, Confrontation. "Raven, quick, pack your bags. We are leaving." Gabriel rushed into his room, locked the door, and ordered his sister. His heart was beating faster than ever in his life, but at least he liked to believe that he'd be safe inside the school. He was not as worried about Rommel's death as he was about what his best friend would do to keep him quiet. He was not dumb enough to run around shouting what he saw, but he wondered if Sylvester would even give him a chance to speak. What? But you said I can live in the Holy Land." Raven was confused by the sudden change in demeanor. Just a few hours ago, Gabriel had assured her that she was safe now, and now he was trying to run from something. Gabriel didn't explain anything and started packing on his own. For him, Raven's safety was of utmost importance. No time to explain. We need to leave quickly or... Raven got up, caught her brother by his shoulder and looked him in the eye. The fear was evident in them. What happened? Why are you acting like this? What would you do if you saw your best friend killing someone? Raven was taken aback by the sudden question. What? Gabriel pulled her back and made her sit while he dragged a chair for himself. What would you do if you saw your best friend killing someone? Raven didn't think much before answering. A murder is a murder, but isn't it common for you guys? I know the church kills people after judging them as heretics, so you must have killed someone too, right? Wait, Gabriel did remember such things, and in an instant his mind switched from being scared to being thoughtful. I did. In my last quest, the town was compromised by desert cannibals, and to survive I killed many. I would have died too if not for. But that doesn't change the fact that you're a murderer as well. Raven pointed. Isn't it hypocritical of you to accuse someone of it and act pure simultaneously? Gabriel's head lowered. However, he was quick to justify himself. Those I killed were heathens, unfaithfuls that sinned against Solis, while the one here was a believer. This is not about right or wrong. His sister stared at him. Brother, we have suffered enough to know how people are around us. I firmly believe that when it comes to personal gain and morals, things are never black and white. They are every shade of gray. Gabriel sighed and thought about what his twin sister said. The world was indeed gray. Well, I never doubted him ever. He's like a brother to me, and to betray him is to betray his trust. At least talk to him and ask him about things. What is he like? Is he like that arse Billy from the village, or... Gabriel interrupted with a slight smile. He's like our father, caring. Strong, smart, but unforgiving. He taught me how to walk in this cruel world. He taught me how not to die. He held my hand and guided me when I needed him the most. Gabriel's eyes heated up as he remembered a great many fond memories with Sylvester and his father. Both men profoundly impacted his life and taught him how to survive. Never judge a book by its cover. That's what you said about that healer Cruella. Although it turned out to be wrong, aren't you doing the same here, judging the book by its cover? And do you know why that friend of yours killed someone? You should confront him, question him, and find the reason. Only then make your judgment. Gabriel stayed silent and kept looking at his feet at nothingness. His mind was a mess, thinking of all kinds of scenarios. What if he kills me? Will he even allow me to speak? What if we're wrong? What if he kills me? Gabriel asked her. At that, Raven was conflicted too. She could not put herself in her brother's shoes no matter how much she tried. She did not know who he was talking about either. Only you can be the judge of that. What if I go with you? Gabriel shook his head quickly. No, never. It's too dangerous. He's very dangerous and we won't last a minute in front of him. Raven moved slightly and held his hand in hers. I'm dead without you anyway. We might as well die together. And if he's as dangerous as you say, then are you sure we can ever run away? I guess there is no other way then. What will you do, Sylvester? Was our brotherhood just a lie? Were all those pacts false? He fell silent and closed his eyes to think. He was a clergy member and couldn't run away just like that. He'd have to tell the administration his reason for leaving, and that was something he'd never do. He took a long, deep breath and cleaned his eyes. Then he faced his sister, who appeared wise beyond her age. He is my closest friend, the one I consider my brother, so I guess I would rather walk with a friend in the dark than alone in the light. But he quickly moved back and looked at her in doubt. Since when did you become so wise and philosophical? Cruella, she used to lock me in the dark cellar whenever I made a mistake in the kitchen. I'd be there for days because that witch would forget. In there, I had only myself to talk to. I had all the time to philosophize about life, death, fate, and such. Gabriel suddenly moved, pulled her into a hug, and caressed her deep black hair. I'm sorry, Raven. I was an extremely incompetent brother. I caused you so much pain." She dug her head into his shoulder and silent tears fell out. The dam she had made to keep herself strong finally broke. I was scared, Gab. I hated being there, but you are not a bad brother. No bad brother sells himself to feed his sister. You lived a much crueler life than me, and because of you I am alive, so never say that." Gabriel wet his eyes yet again as he remembered his life's hardships. There were days when he felt like quitting and jumping into the river, only to stop at the thought of his sister. He thought about Sylvester and wondered what he must have been through, too. After all, everyone had a story. "I'm sorry I doubted you, brother. I forgot we're all books, hiding our pain, sorrow, and fears." He forced a smile on his face and cleared tears from Raven's eyes. "Look how beautiful you've grown. You're as tall as me. Any man would go crazy over your sparkling blue eyes. I should find a good strong man and get you married fast. You'd make a great homemaker." Raven smacked Gabriel's shoulder haughtily. "I will marry when you marry." "But I am a clergyman, so I can never get married." "That's the point." "No, you can't. There is nothing worthwhile about being a bright mother. How about you live in Guild Peninsula for a while first? Who knows, maybe you will fall in love with an adventurer. Just don't close your doors. You're merely 17. Gabriel nearly pleaded with her, as he always dreamt of giving his sister a beautiful princess wedding after growing up. I'll think about it." "Great, I will now head back to the arena. The farewell banquet must have started. I will bring you food later and don't go out. Also, I was not talking about any friends. It was just a hypothetical situation." "I got you, brother." She showed a big smile and a thumbs up. She waved her hand, all smiles. But once Gabriel left, the smile on her face receded as her body lost strength, and she plopped on the bed. A stream of tears flowed down her cheeks, and she felt at home with him, safe. In the arena, all the deacons-turned-priests had their mitre on their heads. Everyone's face was beaming with a huge smile, while the gods favored sat at one table reserved for them only. Sylvester made talks with the remaining 5 gods favored, which, other than him and Felix, included Louis Hermington, Griffin Blaziken, and Augustus Steele. What was common among them was that all of them were highly talented. Other than Felix and him, they all had the talent of being a grand wizard, basically the same level as Inquisitor High Lord. So it was clear that these men would be the church's backbone in the future, and Sylvester knew the value of networking. Of course, it didn't hurt that he had earned their respect over the years either by helping in training, quests, or financially. Where did Sylvester get his money from? Well, it was the oldest profession in the world. No, it was not prostitution. It was from money lending, ranging from merchants and adventurers to clergy members. Naturally, he got interest from all the loans and over the years accumulated a good amount of wealth. The best part was that this was just his clean money. The black one was still in Murad's belly. "Priest Sylvester, what job field have you requested?" asked Louis Hermington, a blond, plain-looking, 5'5" tall guy with the talent of a grand wizard and diamond knight. Sylvester replied as he gulped his food, "A simple steak. I have asked to become a traveling preacher. Let's see what they'd give me." "What, I thought you'd be an inquisitor." "You fit right in there," said Griffin Blaziken, a black-haired boy with strange purple eyes. He was a noble too. "But then my bard talent would have been wasted. Being a traveling preacher, I can spread the Lord's word and learn new things. We're still young, after all. We need more real-world experiences. What about you two?" "I'm joining the Holy Army." "Me too," Louis and Griffin chirped. But then Griffin said something that made Sylvester's heart jump, but in joy. Rommel wanted to join the Holy Army as well, but he ran away. "Ran away?" Felix exclaimed in a ridiculing voice. "Yes, we heard Archpriest Edmund talking. Apparently, all the gold Rommel had in possession is gone too, so he has likely run away. I guess the pressure from his father was too much for him, Louis added. But he didn't stop there and even showed elation. It's good he's gone. He was not worthy in the first place. You all may only remember Bishop Norman as the worst person, but for Griffin and me, it was Rommel. Being friends with him was the worst thing of our lives. He'd order us around, make us run errands, make us buy things for him, make us do his assignments, and he used us as live target practice. We'd often spend nights at the infirmary because of that. No wonder these two jumped the wagon and became nice to me as soon as Bishop Norman died, Sylvester noted. But he thanked Murad silently for eating away all the gold Rommel had over the years. What about you, Augustus? Sylvester turned to the silent priest. I chose the Holy Land Administration. I'm not good at talking with people, the man said with a depressed look. Felix chuckled. We all know that, buddy, but we'll all be in contact as we're the future of the faith. I, by the way, have decided to join the Holy Army as well, but that is until my family needs me to fight another invasion. Sylvester sighed because Felix had talents in other fields too. But if the man wanted this, who was he to stop him? He wanted to be a traveling preacher for selfish reasons too. But he'd be foolish if he thought the choice they had put in the request was something they'd get. They were still God's favored candidate, and the true winner was yet to come out. From now, there is no class to drop out of, so these 5 would be the final choice until one of them rises overwhelmingly. I will head back now. I need to celebrate with my mum as well. Sylvester got up as he had another important appointment. See you tomorrow at Magna Sanctum Temple. Felix waved goodbye, as did the others. Then, as Sylvester walked away, he passed by Gabriel's chair at another table and slipped a note down. Later that night, when the twin moon shone its bright yet depressing light, Gabriel immediately climbed the Bright Mother's complex building and went to the terrace. The note he had gotten asked him to come there to talk. I hope he doesn't kill me instantly, Gabriel thought as he opened the final door that gave him access to the open roof. He looked around and saw Sylvester sitting at the edge, hanging his feet down. The bright moonlight made him appear strange, lonely he felt. Without saying much, he walked to him and sat down beside him. He didn't look at Sylvester's face and simply asked, "Why?" But to his surprise, Sylvester raised his finger towards a distant road. Following the direction, he noticed it was a man, but because his face was not visible, he could not recognize him. Just then, Sylvester asked a strange question. "Gab, for your sister, would you kill that man?"